Test, test, test. Hello, hello.
What's up, sir?
Can you hear me okay? Am I bleeding?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you good. I hear you well.
Good. Sound on this computer sucks. So I'm going to see if I can change something here. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
That's slightly better, I think. Okay, good. I'm not hearing any sound coming through the other speakers.
I had to clear my throat. I was being asked a question.
Is it somebody missing? Is everybody making it today, or is there somebody missing? I didn't catch up on the messages.
Chris had to just went and got himself a new computer.
He didn't want to miss today's session, did he? He was just like, I'm getting a new one.
Well, there's no guarantee a new battery would have done the trick anyway.
That's true, actually. Could have been, it could have been a couple of problems why his battery was going bad.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Well, I got safely down into Texas. I woke up this morning. We got about an inch and a half of snow, maybe.
Dang.
It's real icy, but it's real icy. Oh, it's way worse in Oklahoma, dude. I'm so glad I left.
We're supposed to get more snow this weekend.
Pete?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night?
Dude, it was going to be like negative. It was going to be like -10 or lower where my apartment is in Oklahoma. So I was like, man, I'm out.
Yeah, fuck that.
I'm pieces deuces. Oh, damn, I forgot to get chopsticks. I got some sushi and I didn't get any chopsticks.
Oh, man up and use your fingers.
I could. I am not here, Ivy. This is a bot.
Or you could go full Philistine and use a fork on your sushi.
I am a bot. All that I will say today is yes and no.
Man, my Wednesday night game.
Yeah.
We got attacked by a young blue dragon, and we're all level 8.
That's not good.
It's a bunch of spellcasters and a rogue.
The blue ones are bad because that's like a good spellcasting dragon too.
Well, one of the party members cursed him.
Oh yeah.
So he ended up with like 3 or 4 rounds that he couldn't do anything because he kept failing will saves.
Well, hello, players. How are you guys
doing? Hey,
Gally.
Just about to tell how I pummeled a blue dragon's head into the ground.
Oh my goodness.
Hey,
Ken, you sound good on that machine.
Yeah,
good.
It's coming through loud and clear.
To be fair, young blue dragons are only CR9. For a level 8 party, that's not even a deadly encounter.
Right.
It is when you don't have a party tank.
Oh, you mean like?
And Chris, you sound great on your new machine.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
The thing is, my mic isn't coming from it's coming from my phone. It's not coming from my machine.
So,
okay.
So what went down was the blue dragon attacked our cleric, one of my rogue's childhood friends. So my rogue jumped up on his back, started stabbing him in the back of the neck with his rapier. And the dragon's getting ready to leave. Fails his will save against Curse again, can't do anything. And the bard probably morphs me into a giant ape. So now Grape Ape is sitting on top of the dragon. Are you?
So you're a CR9 creature fighting a CR9 creature.
Yeah, but another thing, a great ape is huge, and the dragon, the young blue dragon, is large.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's yeah, those things always are kind of interesting when you look at the different sizes of creatures. Well,
all I have to say is poor dragon.
Well, it was funny. My next turn came around. I did a multi-attack on the back of his head. I rolled 2 1s.
Yeah, that should rule that you missed so badly you fell off the dragon, and the dragon was no longer pinned on the ground. I think that would be fair. Oh, right. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of transition into our session for today. I'm gonna go cut the music. And welcome everyone to the Walker of Waterdeep. Some of you who are paying close attention may notice that it seems like, wait a minute, did he forget to update the session count? No, he did not. He finally caught up. The Lord be praised. He finally caught up on YouTube with where we are in the campaign. And as I have been uploading every session in YouTube, I realized that somewhere along the way I had first been undercounting where we were, and then I had got to a point somehow of overcounting where we were. So last time I said it was session 85, but it was really, when I do the count back and count up from the sessions when we started recording, it was really only session 84. So that means that today really is session 85, and going forward we should be keeping that current. But this is what happens when you get behind in moving things over to YouTube. So there's a permanent record of the campaign, which there is now over on the YouTube channel. And like I said, everything from episode 20 on is there. And I have put together a couple of videos to sort of summarize what happened in sessions 1 through 19 that we did not record permanently. All right. Last time we were here, which was at the end of January, we were at Minamo Academy, and I'm going to go ahead and move us over to the board here. And our intrepid adventurers were sitting down for dinner at a Korean barbecue place, or the Kamigawa equivalent of a Korean barbecue joint, with after a day spent of just enjoying that nothing was trying to jump out and kill them every time they turned around. And they've learned a lot about what's going on. They are waiting for a meeting that is probably going to be happening at least the next day, or when the party is good and ready for it to happen. That with someone who can perhaps shed some light on the whole reason behind this commie war, so they can actually begin to resolve the problem that they came here to resolve, namely getting the tugrit oil that they need to help with the lubrication of the machine that is being built on Toril to penetrate the shield that the Githyanki have created over a island, part of an island continent on the other side of the world, where they are holding the party's erstwhile Planeswalker boss captive, and they have been ever since level 4. So they are now ready to go forward with that. Before I turn it over to the players, I want to wish everybody in the game and watching on the stream a happy Valentine's Day. Hope you all are having a good day today. And players, I think that when we last left off, there was a waiter approaching your table that was getting ready to take your order. It's your preference. We can either say that you all have ordered and you are in the middle of eating, or you have finished eating. We can pick up around the table at whatever point you would like to begin with. So, who would like to start us off?
I guess like Galibar, when the waiter shows up and asks for our order, Galibar just says lots of meat.
Oh, you are in the right place, sir.
Yes. He just motions for everybody else to take their orders or whatever.
Okay. Would you be looking for meat from four-legged creatures, or are you more a fan of poultry, or do you prefer a fish?
Red meat, if possible.
Oh, red meat. Absolutely wonderful. We can do that. We have... he looks around the table, and then he kind of clears his throat, and he says, we have venison, and we have beef, and we have bear, and we have several other kinds of red meat. Do you have a preference of what sort?
I'll have some venison.
Venison, very good, sir. And do you like that? Rare, medium, well done? And would you like it with the chef's special herbs and spices, or would you like it au natural, just with the flavors of the meat itself?
Rare, just with the flavors.
Oh, very well, very well. And he jots something down on a little pad. And to drink, will Monsieur be having water, ale, wine, or spirits?
Oh, I brought my drink with me.
Oh, very well. Then we will just bring you a cup of water. All right, very good, sir. Very good, sir. And then he turns to Elora and he says, and you, madame, what will madame have?
Elora looks stunned and look at the others like, what am I supposed to say? I don't know what to have. There's so much on this list.
Does madame prefer meat, or does madame prefer a vegetarian diet?
She'll look at him like, do I look vegetarian?
Sure.
But then she'll look down again and say, can I have some ribs?
Some ribs? Is that... I didn't hear your... It kind of cut off what you were trying to say right there. Did you say ribs?
Yeah, it's just ribs.
Okay. Oh, yes, definitely. We have beef ribs. We have pork ribs. We have venison ribs. What is your preference?
Adamant was about to say something. She'll look around Adamant and say, "Help me," basically.
Give her a little bit of everything.
Oh, very well, very well.
Just he points at the menu, points at her, and just says yes.
Well, that I can, notwithstanding Monsieur's order, I can provide a sampler platter for the table that will have several different kinds of meats and vegetables and other sorts of accompaniments, some bread and pasta and those types of things. Would that be amenable to the table, or would each of you like a separate, distinct order?
Kind of looks at everybody else. I take my place in this conversation is over.
Elora puts her hand in her chest and her hands in the air and says, "I, for one, know I'll eat way too much and get myself food sick. So no more food for me."
Very well. And
I
then-
know exactly what I want.
Ah, yes, Monsieur.
Please tell me you can give us some juicy pork belly.
Ah, yes, yes. Now, would Monsieur like that to be marinated, or would Monsieur like it to be fresh?
I would like it to be whatever your local sauce is, and then I would like some. Do you have where I come from? We call it kimchi, but it's kind of a natural fermented cabbage and other mixed vegetables.
Sauerkraut.
Ah, well, we do have some fermented vegetables. I do not recognize this cabbage that you speak of, but we do have several large leaf vegetables that can be fermented. Does that sound like it might be appealing? It has a rather tart and vinegary flavor to it. It's a little sharp on the tongue.
Oyo just kind of gives him like an acceptance smile, and he'll just say, "Please bring me some pork belly and whatever else that you have that you would serve normally here. I am anxious to try."
Oh, very well. Thank you. And oh, yes.
I would like to order a couple of nice bottles of wine.
Oh, a bottle of wine. All right. Does Monsieur prefer the red or the white, or would Monsieur prefer the maitre d' to recommend?
I
Laurel
think because we
Spirit.
do what?
Spirit. She'll kind of kick him lightly again.
Spirit? What? Okay, that's funny. What do you mean by spirit exactly?
It's a form of alcohol.
Spirits.
Spirits, liquor.
Yeah, she wants hard liquor.
Hard liquor?
She doesn't want to mess
Jesus.
around with the wine.
Okay.
Hey, Galibar just raises his hand to Elora. Says, "Don't worry, I got you."
Perhaps we could get some spirits, and I would still like the wine, please.
Oh, very well, very well. So, is the party in the mood for whiskey or gin or rum or some other form of spirits?
Galibar pulls out 2 of his 3 tankards of, and he places the one that does the whiskey next to his own, in front of him, and he asks Elora, is like, "You want ale or
Galibar.
specifically dwarven ale?"
Galibar.
Elora will shrug. She doesn't know.
Here, I'll place I'll place the dwarven ale one in front of him. Or
Galibar.
in front of Elora, and say, "What? I told him I brought my own drink." Okay.
Even I know that isn't bad social graces, Galibar.
So finally, Elka kind of looks at the waiter and goes, "Why don't we take a couple bottles of soju and bokbuja? Bokbuja? Yes, that was what they told me was good." Yes.
Very well, madame. Very well. I see you
As
have.
far as food for others to sample, Oyohusa knows what he wants, but perhaps they want some mando, which is, she kind of looks at him and goes, dumplings?
Oh,
yes,
yes.
Precisely.
Dumpling sounds
And
good.
then the japchae, she kind of like waves her hands a little bit. Noodles. Stir-fried noodles.
Yes.
And I think what you were wanting, Oyohusa, is bosam, the pork belly. She's trying to. She's like, I know what I want. I'm just trying to explain it.
The osam is particularly delicious today. Madame is very wise. I think you will all be pleased.
And then, lastly, the setting for the how did they pronounce that? Samsae-tang, the stuffed chicken soup.
Yes.
Where they have the base and then the different things they can put in the soup.
Yes.
But I
Yes,
think that the drink. Let us start out with the soju.
Oh, certainly. That we will bring that straight away. And Monsieur, he says, turning to Adamant, does Monsieur require anything particular?
No. I'm all right.
Okay. He's like looking and clearly doesn't see any kind of mouth, or at least not a mouth that's articulated, from since
He doesn't eat. If you had refined oil to loosen his joints, he might be amenable to it.
I am afraid that not knowing the exact requirements, I would be afraid to offer up oils from the kitchen that might not be appropriate for what Monsieur needs. I can happily send the chef out to talk to Monsieur if you think that some of the oils we have might suit.
No, it's all right. I'm here with my friends.
Very
all
well,
is well.
very well. Okay, well, we shall get this order in, and we will be back with the beverages post haste. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy your dinner. And he swooshes off and heads back towards the kitchen. And within a couple of minutes, they bring out they bring out some small plates that they put in front of everybody, and a large covered basket that you can smell the smell of fresh baked bread from it. And then someone else comes with a bottle of the wine, or the drink that Elka ordered, and they begin pouring a cup for everyone. And it's clearly one of these kind of little ceremonial cups that's meant just for a little taste, and like it's the kind of drink that you would use to toast. but then they leave the rest of the bottle so that if people want more, they will. You guys basically have the bottle for the table, and then they will gradually bring out the other drink orders. So while that is going on, you all are free to continue.
Okay.
Elora will kind of lean into Enka and say, I feel like going on a hunger strike for Adamant. He can't eat, so I won't.
No, honey, don't do that. He would feel very bad if you did not eat. He doesn't consume food. He utilizes other things to help keep him well oiled, I guess you would say. He has no need for eating.
I oiled myself this morning. I'm fine. I'm fine. You
It's
enjoy
fine.
your food.
So you have to wait till you try the dumplings. The dumplings are very, very good.
Yes, have you ever had dumplings before?
No.
Oh,
They
she
are-
does not know what she's missing.
They are delicious, are they not?
Yes, you can put many things inside of. It's like a pastry, but it's boiled, so you can put vegetables or meat and vegetables. You can sometimes put candied fruit inside of them as a dessert. They're very delicious.
Oh, you boil them here? Where I come from, in my homeland, we steam them.
Boil, sometimes steam, depending on what goes in them. To bring out and enhance the flavor, you would boil them in like chicken broth, or sometimes beef broth. So, but again, that is only very specific recipes.
Mm.
Galibar will place the tankard, one of the tanks pulled out in front of Elora, and says the command word for it to fill up with dwarven ale. Says if you want some if you want the good stuff, that's it, right?
Elka looks very disapproving. You know that is
Laura's-
extremely rude manners.
Elora doesn't know any better, but she smiles and she drinks half of it.
Oh.
Half of a cup.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, it definitely tastes sweet. It tastes a little fruity because it's fermented.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Elora,
I
Elora, go ahead and make me a Constitution check if you're drinking a half a mug of Dwarven ale, especially a Galibar-sized mug of Dwarven ale, kind of in one gulp.
No, pouring into a normal glass, like that type of half glass, not that half glass. But yeah, I'll still make it. Constitution?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Easily. It.
Galibar
ahead.
looked shocked at first to see her just gulping that much. I was like, he looks a little impressed that she's able to hold it down, considering this is the strongest ale that is not made by a god or dragon. This is.
Well, and thinking back about it, Galibar has experience with friendship with half-drow females before. And he knows that they can sometimes look a little, like just a little slip of a girl, but they have a constitution like a dwarven sailor. They.
Yeah, to be fair, there's a difference between what Xandri's size was like and Elora's size.
Yeah, Xandri had the muscles of a gladiator, but she still had a drow or half-drow frame. So she was, she looked brawny to the untrained eye, but then standing next to Galibar, she just looked like very slight. It would sort of be like for 21st century people from our culture. It would sort of be like looking at a very fit and buff and statuesque female wrestler from WWE standing next to somebody like like the Undertaker or Andre the Giant or something. It's just, yeah, on her own she looks impressive, but you put her next to and you see just how small she really is.
Let's see how she is after drinking a full glass.
Yeah.
After finishing her gulp, she give up a little hiccup burp.
That thing can produce 3 full tanks.
Okay. So as the food gets there, and especially the food that's going to be shared, why don't we allow some of the people who ordered it to sort of describe what they are going to be tasting. So let's start with Enka. You ordered the dumplings to share with the table. So what are these particular dumplings like? What do they have in them, and what are people tasting when they
so basically these are obviously like a thin, almost like a bread pastry that is wrapped up around a mixture of ground beef for some and pork for the others. There is a mixture of it's kind of ground up with cabbage and a little bit of seasonings, looks like possibly a little bit of onion or scallions, and then they are actually laid in a shallow dish with either beef broth or anchovy broth, and then topped with basically a garnish. So that you can basically either pick them up and eat them in a couple of bites, or, cut them and eat them a little bit differently, however would work best. So very good.
Okay.
Nom nom nom.
Okay. And Oyohusa, were you ordering stuff to share with the table or just for yourself?
I mean, I feel like they would have brought out enough for at least a couple people to share in.
So then what do those for Oyohusa's ideal, what would those pork bellies be like?
If he likes it or not, he has a party. He needs to share. It isn't a choice.
Hey, what is that entity talking? It tastes well when it's cooked. It has this yummy, like umami, salty and meaty flavor, and it's incredibly rich. It has like a nice thick layer of fat that runs along the top, and when you grill it, it just kind of melts and just gets all in crevices of just everywhere, and it's just absolutely delicious. And it's usually you put it in a nice like thick leaf vegetable like a lettuce, and you put like little condiments and toppings on it, and then you just like shove it in your mouth whole.
Okay.
So it could be like little pickled cabbages or kimchi or whatever sauce you want, like just whatever little toppings you could want to put on it.
Okay.
It's kind of like it's like a really half-ass lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
Okay. And today's session is brought to everyone by America's Restaurant Association. We should have billed today as a fundraiser for.
But the other things are like the shapsha is the glass noodles, if people know what that is. Made from bean or sweet potatoes, mixed in with like carrots and beef strip or chicken strips. So it just kind of comes all kind of glumped together, kind of in a pile. But there's obviously it's a larger one, so people can like scoop out a piece for themselves, and then the stuffed chicken soup, basically with ginseng, is it's a chicken soup with little bowls of different types of seasonings. The base comes just in a bowl with a ladle, but then there's little individual bowls that come around it with some different sauces or some different additive or like vegetables or things that you can add to the soup to change the flavor. So that would have probably been brought out on a big platter, and with individual bowls for everybody to pull out what they wanted. And then the one drink that she had ordered, the bakshunja, I can't pronounce that. It's a wine, but it's made out of blackberries, and it is it's so good. So she'll basically put us a glass in front of Elora, and then we'll pour her some out of the bottle and says, "You should try this. It's better than ale. It really is, if you like fruit."
Elora was nod her head and just drink half of it.
Well, she didn't. It's probably, think about like 2 fingers worth, and it's a wine.
Okay.
So she's having you sample it first before you chug it.
No, my mom just came over to link to me.
What? Your cat?
No, my mom.
Oh, Jesus. Her mother just came up and licked her. Say, "Mom, stop."
I deserve to know.
Yeah.
Elora will drink some. She'll turn to him and say, "This is really good. I can tell how this has much more of the flavor I was looking for, but Galibar makes my stomach just whoosh."
Yes, well, unfortunately, his can also make you throw up a lot later. And besides, it's rude to bring your own booze to a restaurant.
Yes. You've said that. It's Galibar. Let him.
Oh, it's Galibar. It's Galibar. He's allowed to get away with anything he wants to. He has no such thing as manners.
Listen. This is a celebration, a party, and Oyo just kind of like taps the side of his glass. I wish to say something. And he raises his glass and he says, "My friends, I am glad that we are able to sit here today and feast and enjoy each other's company. Our road has not been easy. It has been difficult and at times very dangerous, and let us remember that with the good comes the bad. And the bad comes with the good. And I am happy to celebrate today with you." It is good to have friends.
Yes, it is good to have friends.
Cheers.
Laura reaches for the closest drink towards her, which is Gallibar's ale again, and she cheers with everyone and swings it down.
She looks over at Elora and goes, "Dear, if you get drunk and throw up in my room tonight, we're going to have words tomorrow morning."
Before she gets to take another gulp, she'll spit it back out in the cup. I'm so sorry.
Didn't say you could. Didn't say you couldn't swallow that. I'm just saying you may want to slow it down just a little so that you have chance to absorb it and actually enjoy it instead of just trying to get drunk off of it.
Oyo just kind of Oyo just kind of shakes his head at her. He's like, "Oh God, we got to teach this one some culture."
No, just need to keep her away from an orc that keeps trying to teach her bad things.
No, I say that out. I'm
Okay.
saying that out of character.
Gotcha. Okay.
This isn't vodka. It's top tier alcohol. It's dwarven ale. This is expensive stuff.
Well, it's her glass she spit it into. I'm sure she can drink whatever she spit out. Stop fussing like a big ninny.
Anyway.
You pour a little bit back in it, and then it'll turn back to normal.
I'm just saying, don't treat it like Bud Light.
Well, there goes our Anheuser-Busch sponsorship for the podcast, or for the stream. Goodness. All right.
I have a feeling I'll be carrying Elora back tonight.
So I'm not going to make Elora do another Constitution check just yet because she didn't try to keep the other half of the mug down all at once. But I am listening and watching for these opportunities. Okay, so the meal goes on. Everybody has it's pretty delicious food, very well prepared. You find that Enka has, among the things she must have done during her time here at the academy, is she must have sampled the different places to find where the food is really prepared well.
Mm-hmm.
And she did not steer the party wrong by recommending this place.
He'll cook two of the best pieces he can, and he gives it to Galibar and Elora, and he kind of like looks at Enka. He's not sure. He's like,
Say what?
But sorry, I zoned out.
I'm kind of confused. What?
I said that Oyo during the dinner he'll cook two of the best pieces of pork belly, and he'll give it to Elora and Galibar to try. And
that's fine.
he kind of just pretends like, like if Enka eats meat, then he'll wait for her to eat meat.
Oh, she's already shown that she eats beef.
Cannibalism at its finest.
Remember the goose that she ate?
Oh, that's
The
true.
goose that she took. Offered it
To
as
be
a,
fair,
hey, I'm joining the party token.
to be fair, Minotaurs as like a race outside of Ravnica, they pretty much eat people too. So
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the historic, well, obviously not historic, but the mythology, the Greek and Roman mythology surrounding Minotaurs, was that they were monsters that lived in the maze, and you would throw prisoners down in the maze, and if they couldn't find their way out, the Minotaur would kill them and eat them. So
Nom 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 nom.
they are, there's nothing no shrinking violet vegetarians about them, even though they are seem to be part bovine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Which probably just freaks the shit out of people.
probably does.
Ooh.
This is a very nice restaurant, and as such, the meal and the beverages are a bit upscale. You will each of the bottles of wine or spirits are 2 gold each, and each plate that you guys have ordered is a full gold. Normally, you go to a place like Waterdeep, and a good meal at a nice inn, but not an extravagant inn, that will run you, a couple of silver a plate, maybe 5 silver if you're really having a fancy meal. These are a full gold each. Definitely nothing that's going to break the bank of a party your level, but it is, it is kind
It ain't
of
cheap.
Yeah, it ain't cheap from the standard of what you would normally find in restaurants.
But
But
the
of
food
course,
is perfect.
yeah, they happily refill the water anytime you need it, and they refill the bread bowl every time you need it, and they make sure there's plenty of butter there. And it's butter. They actually have 2 different kinds of butter. They're both soft butter, and one is just a very creamy, rich, buttery butter, and the other is a butter that is slightly sweetened with just a little hint of like nutmeg or cinnamon or something sprinkled in for flavoring. And so there are some of the breads that when you spread the sweet butter on them, they're a little bit more flavorful, and others that pair very well with the unsweetened butter. And so you have those, and this is the kind of place where patrons will use the bread to sort of sop up some of the juices on the plate, and use it kind of almost like a knife to push part of their meal onto their forks or whatever, the things that are not meant to be eaten as finger food. So maybe an hour, 2 hours goes by. Any particular discussions or topics you guys want to talk about during dinner, or?
I think Oyo would spend some time just, he rarely, I think Adamant and Galibar have rarely even seen him act this way, but he kind of spends the parts of the evening or whatever it is, the dinner, kind of reminiscing and telling some old stories, telling a few jokes. And
Look it up.
He's having a good time, and he feels for the first time in a long time he's able to let his guard down and relax and enjoy himself, and he's just trying to go out of his way to make sure that Enka and Elora feel welcome and that they're a part of the group.
Oh.
And kind of just tells them, like some funny stories that happened to the party in the past, and the time, maybe about the time the Griffin attacked the airship, and just stories like that. And
Cool. Well, she'll think some of those are quite hilarious because, it's not every day you have things like that attack airships.
What is Galibar's reaction when Oyo tells the story about the Griffin attacking the airship?
For that entire story, he just his face changes from the look of enjoyment of eating the food to like that to that look of like ex-soldier thinking back to war.
Laura will try and nudge Galibar with her foot under the table, but then as she notices he's not paying attention to her, she'll kick a little bit harder. And as Laura gives up, she'll full on kick him.
You're so
And you see,
mean.
like, Laura just kind of trying to push herself on the back of her chair. So she's not trying to make it, like, not noticeable at that point.
He barely feels it, but when the story is over, he'll go back to what he was doing before.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say that everybody could notice Galibar's expression. And Elora, you're clearly reacting to his expression, but are you going to say anything to Galibar? Or are you just going to kick him?
She's going to try and kick him to get his attention, say, "Meet me outside after dinner," with her mouth not trying to say anything but whisper it just in case you can magically hear me.
Okay. So does Elora have the sending cantrip?
No.
Okay. All right.
Message.
Message.
I think
Sending
Galibar is the
spell,
only
message.
person who has it.
Okay. Okay.
I have sending. I think I removed it for the moment, though.
Okay. All right. So everybody go on. What else are?
Galibar is just eating his red meat and taking sips of his tankard, which is whiskey, and keeping an eye on Elora and seeing how much of the dwarven ale she drinks. And anytime the tankard empties, he says the command word again to make it fill back up.
Oh, wow, you really want to get her drunk? Okay.
I am definitely going to be carrying her back to the...
Well, she hasn't drunk too much yet, so we'll see.
If it's an hour or
never
two
said
that went by, I would say she finished a whole glass.
Surprisingly, you've seen Oyo drink more wine and spirits than you've probably ever seen him drink.
Do I hear 2 constitution saves? Who can fail it the fastest? Let's go.
Wow, she's damn determined about this.
Well, since Elora is very keen, yes, Elora can have another Constitution save, and Oyo, Oyo drinks spirits on occasion, but would Oyo be finding himself maybe not being conscious of his limits?
I mean, let's
letting his guard down to that extent or not.
Let's face it, Oyo's always observant of his limits and those around him. But he, like I said, he's cutting loose tonight. So yeah, he lets his inhibitions go a little bit. Okay. So let's say normally he would drink a glass of wine with a dinner, or things like that for parties or when he's doing his diplomat stuff or whatever. Let's say he maybe, I don't know, maybe he has like 4 or 5 glasses of something.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So with 4 or 5, we'll go ahead and allow Oyo a con save. So Elora can make a second one.
I did.
Elora, no problem at all. It's like you're beginning to get suspicious of Galibar. Galibar has kept telling you how strong these dwarven spirits are, and or this dwarven ale, and you're thinking,
lightweight.
there were times that in the when the drow matrons would get together and have parties, especially like if it was initiation ceremonies for some of the younger drow women. They would have some spirits that were made with fermented spider's blood that would probably knock Galibar into next week if he thinks this stuff is strong.
To be fair, that would actually probably be poisonous.
which is probably why she thinks this is this is so tame by comparison. I mean, let's face it. She did come from a culture where that is par for the course, and of course, Oyohusa, no problems at all. You're just fine with.
Yeah, he's just laughing and he's just having a great time.
And I'm gonna say that Constitution check is so good that you realize, oh, I've gone beyond what I normally drink, and it kind of is a reminder that need to keep.
I like
so
it.
He can be aware, and then he can choose either to say, you know what, nothing's gonna happen, we're fine.
So,
or he can say, I want to be.
So he's what would be the word? He's not full on tipsy, but he's maybe like slightly giddy. I don't know.
Right,
He's
but
very happy.
he. What Oyohusa is that guy who is at the bar and realizes he's enjoying his meal with his friends, or he's enjoying the game that's on, but he realizes, if I want to safely be able to drive myself home and not endanger anybody, I should probably stop drinking now. And I'll just switch to water or soda or iced tea or something like that for the rest of the time that I'm here. And then he can choose. Yeah. Then he can choose either, you know what, I'm going to keep drinking and get an Uber, or I'm going to switch and he's kind of got that awareness.
Uber, aka Adamant or Galibar.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
So during the meal, just off and on, when she finally gets like to a piece of like beef or whatever, she'll kind of pick it up with the, either the chopsticks or the whatever they give her to eat with, and she kind of looks at it and then looks over at Oyohusa and kind of gives him a side eye, looks at it and goes, "Oh, Ferdinand, I knew you well," and then pops it in her mouth.
Elora looks shocked and Enka like,
all the rest of us is like total hush, like. No, I'm just kidding.
Elora definitely is. Like, how can you say that to something you're eating?
But Minotaurs are carnivorous, so he was looking at me. He was looking at me like he wasn't sure if I ate beef. So I do. I also well, I don't personally, but
looking down at her
we're
plate,
meat
she
eaters.
kind of pushes it in a bit, saying, "No, I'm done."
She's like, seriously, you're fine.
She might come back to it later.
You might be next.
Oh, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, that's it. Scare her. So nice. Not.
Elora just stares at Adamant. And he walks over, then covers his eyes, like behind him. She'll put her hands in front of his eyes. Just blocking his sight. Shh! You're next instead.
That makes no sense. I have no meat.
She'll kind of puff at her cheeks and slaps the top of his head, saying, "No fun." That's everyone else.
Oyo unexpectedly he speaks up. He says, "If you'll excuse me, pardon me," and he'll he'll get up and leave the table and act like he's going to the bathroom.
Acting like he's going to the bathroom?
Well, yeah, he just looks like he's going to the bathroom.
Okay. Just weird. Like, does he look like he's green around the gills, or is he just like, yeah, I gotta go?
I just looks like a normal pit stop.
All right.
Insight check.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay. Anybody who wants to can make an
Hell
insight
yeah.
check.
Oh, come on. Anyone?
No,
And-
it's probably.
Aw.
Sorry, the only reason I was asking was just mainly because, it's like, okay, was he getting up to go because he looked green around the gills, or was it just, nope, I've had too much to drink so far, I need to take care of this, I'll be right back, kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Laura would question it
I'm
because
not-
she just got up, and then
yeah.
Oyohusa just got up. Like, what?
I'm not going to even ask Oyo to make a deception check because an 11
No.
is just so bad.
Hey, you never know. I could roll badly.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
you can make
you-
a deception check if you want.
You gotta be fair, right?
If there's a reason, for it. I'm
There's
inclined to
always a
think
reason
that's
for
probably
it.
a failure. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Elora, it looks like while the alcohol isn't bothering Oyohusa, he might suffer from a small elvish bladder and relieve it.
Wow.
No,
Laura nods to herself, saying, "Yeah, I do too. I feel that."
I'll get around the corner or to an area where I feel like it's okay, and
Okay.
I'll respond.
Okay. Just hang on just a second. Okay. So just as an FYI,
Oh,
Discord message. Yeah.
okay.
It's I
think it'd be more fun for just play it out. so
okay,
everybody
that's
can
fine.
hear.
That's fine. Okay.
I am having a very good time. We are having dinner. I am not aware of any interference that you are referring to. What do you mean you're not getting enough information? I think that was like 25.
Okay. All right. And a few moments goes by and a response comes back. And it's like the telepathic equivalent of seems
Static.
like something is with magical energies on the where you are located right now.
So it's not necessarily that. It's just probably where I'm at, where I'm located. This place I'm at.
Well, you are aware. You've been aware since you were in the Fortress of the Aki. You're aware that there are certain things happening with magical energies in this plane that have been occurring ever since the Kami War has been going on. So, I mean, Oyohusa would know that, whether the player remembers that or not.
Okay.
Oyohusa had been aware, and that people speculate it's tied to the Kami War
Okay.
because of when all this started.
So just like when we first arrived with the Anki or whatever they're called.
Yeah. And some of the tests they were doing with I believe it was evocation magic up there in the mountains that
Okay.
things were kind of going a little bit wonky with it.
Well, since they, okay, so I'll reply. there is a spiritual war taking place on this plane, and it is causing magical energies to be interrupted, and spells are very difficult to cast. Stay in touch.
And then a few moments later, a message comes back. Understood. Thank you for the report. We look forward to your debriefing when you return.
And Oyo just, he just casually nonchalant comes back into the dining area and sits back down at the table and says, "What did I miss?" And he smiles.
When Oyo was out using the bathroom, Elora would have went over to Galibar and she would have started playing with his hair a bit as she starts sectioning into 3 as she starts not even thinking about it but braiding his hair.
Okay, so Galibar, as you're eating, suddenly this half-drow is standing behind you, and you're feeling this tugging, and you realize, oh, she's braiding your hair. What does Galibar think of that?
Well, considering until he started using this ponytail, he used to braid, put little braids in his own hair. He just allows it.
Okay. So it's like, okay, this is kind of cool. Nice.
Elora will look over at Ingrid and give her a little huge wink.
Meanwhile, Laura has been watching the activities at the table since things began, just basically watching how people interact and whatnot. She's occasionally put in a little something here, there, but
Elora or you?
Not sorry, Enka.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Enka.
We're all doing that, or at least I'm doing that.
We're all drinking right now.
Yeah. Basically, if anybody's ever seen a people watcher, that's pretty much what she's does a lot of times is she sits and watches people. So she's just enjoying having a good time, looking and listening and trying to figure out the dynamics of this group that she joined not too long ago.
Yeah.
Now that everybody's got their guards down just a little.
Oyo, he has another 2 glasses.
Okay.
Of whatever. So we've got a berry liquor wine. We've got wine. We've got ale. What else did we have?
What was the first thing? Because you had a couple of things that you had ordered, Enka. It was that
berry wine, basically.
Yeah.
Red, blackberry wine, and I think what was the other stuff? It was just the almost like the ceremonial type stuff that you get in the little thing. And she's favoring the blackberry wine a lot more, but it's still she's got a small glass, so she'll pour a little bit in and then sip it.
Elora will also take sips of the blackberry wine.
Because you had mentioned something else. It wasn't sake, but it was
soju.
Soju.
Yeah, soju. Yeah, she had some
okay.
soju at the beginning, but then she's kind of she really likes her her sweet wine.
Oyohusa, you guys watch is he pours an abnormally large amount into the glass.
Oh,
his glass?
Yeah, his glass. Yeah.
Okay.
What would be a normal glass of wine? It suddenly turned into 2, and he's just he's working on that. He works through that basically.
He's got basically a margarita bowl for a wine glass.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember those days back in my first real office job back in the late 1980s, where Friday was the literally was the 2 or 3 margarita lunch, and no work ever got done after 11:30 in the morning on Friday.
Those
Because
must
that's
have
just
been
what
the
everybody
days.
did. Yeah.
It must have been the days, man.
Yeah.
Do I need to make another Constitution check?
You can go ahead and make a Constitution check at this point.
All right.
One question is Oyohusa drinking a drink that Elora hasn't tried yet?
I don't know.
That's
did
up
she,
to Elora. What has Elora not tried?
She's only tried the Dwarven Ale that Galibar gave her and the blackberry wine that Enka gave her.
Well,
Okay.
he would have just had some of the nice, high quality red wine that they had brought.
Okay, so then the answer to Elora's question is yes. This is a more traditional red wine as opposed to the special blackberry wine.
Okay.
Well, it could be
Elora will-
watermelon wine.
Elora will finish up with the braid in Galibar's hair, putting a little bit of flowers in it, tying it with like a little bit of vine. And she'll go over to Enka's and do the exact same thing with the braid and a few flowers here and there.
Enka her eyes kind of go, one eyebrow goes up, and then she holds very still. Meanwhile, she's got that look of, okay. All right, sure, no problem.
How does
Yeah.
a 14 do? That's kind of...
Yeah, Oyo, you're going to be okay to get yourself back to your back to
Well,
your
thank
room.
God you've got friends.
He's feeling good. He's feeling really good right now. Okay.
Yeah. If
In that
if you
go
got
ahead.
if you got into a fight, you might find that you wouldn't always get advantage when you normally thought you were going to get advantage.
okay.
Because it's just a little bit, you're kind of on the edge, but just for normal activity, you are fine.
Okay, in that case, he starts doing like sleight of hands magic tricks. And
Okay.
he starts into that guy where he's just like, oh, I wonder where this coin came from. Oh, it came from your ear. Woo! You know, and just... He pulls out a deck of cards and he starts like doing, you know, he's like doing
Meanwhile,
card
Enka's trying to
trips.
figure out where the hell that stuff's coming from.
Okay. And is he doing this in the style of let's see, is he doing this in the style of Penn Jillette or in the style of Ray Teller?
Oh man, which what is it? Ray Teller is a little bit more of a comedian with his, isn't he?
Gillette is the one that talks all the time. That
Yeah, yeah.
narrates all their shows, and
Yeah,
Teller
Gillette.
is the one.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so,
Gillette.
all right. Okay, so he would be the Penn Jillette.
yeah.
Okay.
Elora will lean down in Enka's ear and say, "Is he okay? I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop." As she finishes up her little glass and only had a few sips left, and goes over to Oyohusa and like tries and grabs his glass.
Enka hasn't even had a chance to respond. She's just kind of like,
Yeah, and-
she's still at this point in time. She's wondering if it's even worth people watching at this. It's kind
and
this is just bizarre.
and Enka, when Elora whispers in your ear, whew, strong scent of the ale and the wine and everything on her breath. Yeah.
I'm
she's-
still hoping
What is-
and praying that she doesn't yarf in the middle of the night or something.
What
How
does
did
Enka
Enka-
say in response?
What?
She asked you a question.
Oh.
and I didn't hear if you gave a response.
No, I said before I got a chance to respond, she was
Oh.
already walking off, and
Well, she
Inka just
had
kind
to
of.
finish the braid, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because she kind of just looks at her like, oh, no, they're okay. Just let them be.
Adamant kind of looks between Oyo and Elora. And his hands are under the table.
Uh-oh. No.
What, Adamants?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
I'm typing to the GM. Hold on.
oh no, that can't be good.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. You guys, we've all been there. And if we've never been there, it's because we were that guy or that girl. We've all been at a party where everything is going along just swimmingly, and the evening is wonderful, and you don't have a care in the world, and you're really meeting some interesting people, and you're having some deep and in-depth conversations on just the meaning of life, and you're at that stage where it's like, I love you, bro. Oh yeah, bro, I love you, man. And
the scene from Animal House.
and this kind of stuff. And then there's that one person that always has to be the buzzkill. And Elora and Oyohusa, as you are enjoying, as Oyohusa, as you're doing these magic tricks, Elora, as you're going to grab the cup in front of Oyohusa and start to drink it down, you both feel a wave pass over you, and every single shred of the happy buzz that you have been feeling is just completely vanished, and you know that came from Adamant. You guys.
What about the rest of us?
Guys have just been hit. The two of you have just been hit with greater restoration.
Motherfucker.
God damn it!
Oyo just looks at Adamant and he kind of smiles at his best friend, and he just plays it off like it doesn't even faze him. Like he's just going to continue having a good time.
Okay.
This means he can drink all over again.
And so, like right before Elora's able to get Oyo's glass, Oyo kind of picks it up and starts drinking some. And pretends like he doesn't see Elora even going for it.
Elora will feel now a little bit empty as she'll wonder why? Just why? And she'll look at herself and then she'll look at Adamant. She'll look at herself, look at Adamant like, huh? Why?
And in that moment, Elora, you have an insight. The insight that you have is that Adamant has no hair. You have been braiding the hair of the other party members, and Adamant just must be feeling left out. So if you could get Adamant some hair and you could braid his hair, he would then not feel a need to be a buzzkill.
You could ask him why.
Get Adamant a wig.
But I'll go along with it. I'll go along with my instinct. Elora will go over to the dwarven arrow that Galibar gave for her, and she'll swing down half of it again.
Oh dear God! Meanwhile, Enka is just sitting there going,
Okay.
"Wow,
You're freshly sober again. So that's what we did it the first time.
As Elora would look down at Adam and say, "You do not ruin a girl's buzz."
I was trying to spare you the hangover.
Oh yeah? As she
Enka
drinks
looks
the
at him
other
and goes,
half.
That's when you do greater restoration in the morning after.
Yeah, by then the damage is already done. I've learned this. And
Okay,
Gilbar was
so
very specific about the timing.
so Elora just, if I heard correctly, Elora just not just drank half of a mug of dwarven ale. She actually drank the whole mug of dwarven ale.
Yup.
Okay, for drinking an entire mug of dwarven ale at once, I'm going to give you disadvantage on this Constitution save.
Okay.
But-
But
Oh.
she'll put her hand behind her back and give herself guidance.
Does that work on saving throws?
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Aw. Really?
It's for skills.
Just
Ability check, yeah. Aww. Only if.
One ability check. Yeah, so it's an ability check. So that's not a. Well, wait, an ability check. That's a Constitution save. So yes, it would work.
No, it isn't. Checks and saves are different.
Yeah.
Oh, check. Okay. Nope, you're right. Okay. 14. Okay. Elora, you feel you're going to be okay to get back to the room that you're staying in tonight, but if it came to a fight, you might have a harder time landing spells than you normally would. You can tell that at this point.
As like her golden brownish cheeks turn a little bit more pinkish back to where they were before. Maybe a little bit even redder.
Oyohusa, he grabs one of the nice bottles of red wine and he pours her like a little less than a normal serving. And he just smiles at her. And he'll say he says to the rest of the group, "What a wonderful dinner this has been."
And Enka will basically raise her glass to that and go, "Here, here." It's
Hello,
been
Earl.
very entertaining.
Speaking of entertaining, Enka, I was going to save this for later, but I am in such a generous and good mood.
Oh,
I got you a gift.
a gift?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. No one's ever really given me a gift before.
As a matter of fact, it is very old. It was crafted, some say, by the Nine Tails himself. And it is over 10 generations.
As those two are talking, Elora will slowly make her way over to Adamant and flip her hair over her shoulder into his face and basically start playing with it. Like undoing her buns that she has, and so it goes down
Jesus.
longer.
So meanwhile, yeah, Enka's just kind
Wait, are
of
you
like looking
wait.
embarrassed. Just not embarrassed by someone else's actions, just slightly flushing because no one's really ever given her anything before.
Okay.
I saw it and I thought, yes, this definitely is her style. I must have it. But it was not easy, but I got this for you, and he'll... Oh, that's right. I have to remember. The shop was going to have it delivered, so...
Yeah, the shop is going to have it delivered to your
their rooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
But unfortunately, you'll have to wait till you get back to your room.
Oh,
to see what
you're
it is.
very cruel.
And Oyo kind of claps and
Like,
he'll touch.
gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah. For some reason, his, all of the physical effects of having a little bit too much to drink have left him, but the mental fog of drinking a little bit too much is slower to lift.
Gotcha. Okay. So she chuckles slightly and she goes, I think I'm going to continue to work on lyrics of the Ode to Oyohusa.
Oh yes, that's
To the point that it will be very catchy, and wherever we go, people will sing your praises in a way that will be annoying.
Please, that's not necessary. Thank you.
She says, but all good heroes have to have such ballads written about them.
Well, Galibar helped me pick it out.
Well, then I'll write one about him too. She gives a little grin.
Oyo kind of smiles at Galibar in like a friendly tone,
Actually, Galibar probably is used to having songs sung about him.
Okay, that scares me.
being the champion gladiator in the gladiator arena in a city like Waterdeep, that's kind of like being the the Alabama Crimson Tide, or I should say the Nick Saban, or maybe the Tom Brady of Waterdeep, in terms of people thinking you're this great legendary figure of sport and entertainment. And so you would be used to people singing about you. Bards would be doing that. So it's probably not anything new for him.
Not to leave out the bard who wrote the nasty song about us after the attack on Waterdeep.
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
Oyo goes into a story about that bard.
Oh dear. Does she want to know?
But on another note, what is Adamant thinking now that Elora thrown her hair over his shoulders and started playing with it? Does he feel included?
Are you like sitting in his metal lap or what? I don't.
No, I'm behind him like I've been with everyone else. And I just undid the buns in my hair so it went down a lot more.
He just kind of looks at her, like his whole head turns around.
Wait, like turns around like.
He's done it before.
Like that, like that freaking.
Now.
What's the name of that movie? Like the Possessed movie? What was the name of that movie?
The Exorcist?
Yeah, do you turn your head around like Exorcist, or you just like normally turn it?
He's done it before.
Oh.
Look at how he kind of whips that shit around.
Yeah, his neck, his head is articulated to rotate 360 degrees.
Oh God!
like R2D2, except it's more of a humanoid type of head, so he can just spin around and look at what's right behind him, and then if there's a reason to, he can just keep spinning.
So,
and as Adamant does that, Elora will shriek and then fall on her butt.
As this is all going on, she motions to the waiter to come over.
Okay, and he will come over and he sees, he hears Elora shriek and sees her fall and says, "Oh, Madame, is
No.
Madame okay?"
She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. This is just normal.
And then he sees Adamant with his head turned around the other way, and he kind of does a little double take and just sort of shudders.
And meanwhile, Enka's like, "Don't pay attention to them. Pay attention to me."
Laura will do a little snort and then just roar out laughing.
And then he just kind of gives a weak smile, and he walks around the table over to where Enka is seated, and he says, "Yes, Madame. How may I serve?"
And she kind of motions him closer, like she's gonna whisper in his ear. I'm gonna message you something here.
Okay. He leans down and listens.
And while they're talking, Elora will try and sneakily crawl to the back of Oyohusa's chair to grab her drink after she stands up and takes another sip.
So yeah, there she hands the waiter a coin, a gold coin, and has whispered something to him. And then
he smiles and nods, and he seems to think that is going to be he approves of that order. So he heads off, and a few minutes later he comes back. And do you want to share that image in the main chat, or shall I?
You can, if you want.
Okay. So he there we go. He will come back to the table a few moments, and he has a large platter, and
here, I'll get it.
It didn't.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'll just delete that. Okay.
There. Well, nope. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. So he brings back a platter that has a bunch of different desserts, pastries, and other types of things. Is there something in particular that Enka would recommend to the party that they simply must try, or does she allow us how it's all good?
She points to the one that's it's got like berries and fruit and a little bit in a little dish, and she points to that and goes, "This is shaved ice that's been flavored. I love it. It's very good." And then she'll point to the tea cookies, these as well, especially the green ones.
Mm. And while he has these there, he asks the table. He says, "Oh, would anyone like some coffee or some hot tea with dessert?"
Hot tea, but wait. She looks over at Oyohusa. You have tea, don't you?
I do. I have many teas. Why do you ask?
And she kind of looks at the maitre d' and goes, "Would you bring us some hot water?"
Elora will turn over to Enka and say, "No drinks at table."
She kind of still going to provide us with the water.
And he says, "Yes, I can bring a pot of hot water. Would anyone like some? Is there anything else that you would need other than cups for the table?"
No, I think that would be all.
Very well. And he comes back a few moments later, and he has a large pot. And it has a it has the little it has a little silver spoon with it, and it also has the little basket that can be used for putting the tea in. So you get a strainer or a infuser is what you call it. It has the infuser there that can be used. And so,
what type of teas are you wanting to try? And he looks at Enka and everybody else.
Something that gives good dreams.
I see. Out of character. It's getting close to the evening, right? Or sometime in the evening. But we have a meeting tonight, or was that?
That's been pushed off because.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's no rush.
Okay. Good. All right. So Oyo just starts getting the cups and everything ready.
Elora's still drinking her wine that Oyo gave her this time. Making like a sour face and sticking out her tongue every single time she takes a sip. Good wine.
Do you have any flavors that you particularly like?
I like fruity flavors, please. Fruit and nut flavors.
I see. Well, I do have a tea. I don't have much of it, but it is very good. We call it strawberry and blueberry. And
okay.
I mix it with a few other herbs that are not very flavorful, but they have nice qualities for relaxation and sleeping. And he'll pull out some tea, and it's like this really nice herbal tea, and it's just basically got like this beautiful aroma of blueberry and strawberry, and it's got a little bit of mint in it, and it's nice. It's got some little bit of cranberries, hibiscus, cherries, black currants, a bit of raspberry. So it's like a nice little blend, but it's all very gentle and subtle, and he traditionally serves it to you like he would in his homeland.
Does it have like a strong smell to it?
It's very aromatic. It's just got such this. It overtakes your senses in this most overpowering but feminine, elegant way that is just very relaxing and soothing.
You can definitely tell that Enka is very interested in this, and seems to be having quite a bit of pleasure at the smell.
And it's a very delicate because it's like a white tea, and Oyo explains that there are different types of teas, and a white is a very delicate. So he doesn't add any of the white tea until after he has a long good brew, because he's got to get the flavors out of the dried.
Gotcha.
And then he'll add a little bit of the white tea and he'll steep it lightly, and then he stirs it, and he serves some to Galibar, to Enka, and Elora.
Cool.
I know this is not, as you say, your cup of tea, Galibar, but live a little.
All right. So
finish up her wine before she takes a sip, and then she holds it on like the top of Oyohusa's head, and she slightly sips it one sip at a time.
Wait.
Okay. So if you finish another cup of wine, go ahead and make me another Constitution save.
It was the little portion that Oyo gave her.
You're pouring.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't a full cup of wine.
No.
Drink. Okay. All right. Well, then in that case, you don't need to make another con save.
And no,
I
she's
think-
not pouring it on your head. She's letting the cup sit on the top of your head.
That
So
is
she doesn't
weird.
have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay, so she puts the little saucer down on Oyo's head, and then puts the little cup in the saucer. Now, this might be sacrilegious to Oyohusa, but I've got to give all the other characters an opportunity. Along with the pot that was brought, there are several little containers. And one little container has refined sugar. It's a little bit pinkish, so you suspect that it's probably sugar made like from beets rather than from cane sugar. You also have another one that contains honey. And then you have another that when you look in it, it contains cream. So Oyo can serve the tea, but if he doesn't make any recommendations, those are options there that anyone could choose to.
Oyo tries this. Oh, go ahead.
Galibar will take the teacup that Oyohusa gave him, and he places it on the table. Then he pulls out his third tankard that has the honey mead. He says the command word and pours a little bit of the honey mead into the tea to spike it. And then
Oh,
drinks it.
no. Oh.
Oh, dude. Do you know how nasty that tastes?
Oyo tries really hard not to be offended.
I guess my question is have you ever really had a good mead, Chris?
I don't drink personally.
Okay. So you don't want to do something like that.
You think that no, Galibar aside from the occasional cup of water, Galibar only drinks hard liquor.
Yeah.
You
I
think
understand
he's not
that.
used to bad tastes by now?
To be fair, I mean, a few more drinks, Elora will be mixing wine with dwarven ale at this point.
To be completely honest, I cannot drink red wine in real life. I need to mix it up with like 7-Up or Sprite or something of the sort,
Oh, you
so I
need
can
like
actually drink it.
you have to like a rosé kind of thing.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah. Oyo, he grabs one of these, like, look, he's not sure what it is. He thinks it's like some kind of like honey pastry out of that little sampler, and
Mhm.
he puts it in his mouth, and he chews it. It's like, oh, this is so good. You have to try it. Then he grabs a piece and he offers it to Elora in front of her mouth.
Elora will kindly eat it from his fingers.
He just kind of like shoves it in your mouth.
Here.
Here's a question: is he shoving hard or is he just lightly shoving?
It's not hard
That
like
could
to
be
hurt
so
you, but
taken wrong.
it's more like just kind of like, oh, here, just eat it. Kind of like, it's so good, you have to try it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
just
he wasn't trying
enthusiastic.
to be forceful.
No, it's an enthusiastic, like, And then he does the same for Enka.
Inka's like, she kind of rears back just slightly and goes, and she reaches up to take it, and she's like, I'm well aware of what these taste like. That's why I bought them to share.
And I see.
But she smiles and pops it in her mouth, and
It's kind of Oyo is doing the thing that you guys that you may sometimes have seen at weddings, where the newlyweds are cutting the first slice of wedding cake, and they're supposed to feed the piece of wedding cake to each other, and sometimes one person will start eating it and the other person will just sort of like push the frosting so it kind of gets some frosting on their nose, or
you know how many weddings have been ruined by that.
I think it's more like just like the overbearing mom or that friend you have or you have to eat.
Here, try
and
this.
then just try this.
And you're like, before you can even like really open your mouth, you have half of it on your face, you know.
Okay.
Mom. All right. Cool.
Okay.
Our poor GM. We've broke his mind.
All right. So you guys have a nice dessert. And then they gradually come and they'll start clearing dishes away. They will not. They won't take any of the tankards that Galibar provided, but they will take the restaurant provided cups and glasses away. If there's any wine that has been paid for but hasn't been fully consumed, they will bring the cork back and put that in the bottle so that it can be taken with the party when they leave. They will leave the teapot, and in fact, if it looks like the teapot is empty or the hot water is empty, they will ask if you need more hot water. And they will leave the platter of desserts until they've all been picked clean, or
Laura will
until
try
it's
and-
clear. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Laura will try and pipe up and say, oh, leave the meat. Like 3 big, huge pieces of meat.
Oh, Madame would like some meat to go?
Yes, please.
Ah, yes, okay. Would Madame like the venison, the bear, or the beef?
Bear.
Bear. Marinated or
Raw.
just raw? Raw.
Raw.
Raw. Okay. Madame, I shall bring that. That will be another 2 gold.
Laura will give her 4 because she can't count.
Oh,
Doesn't want to
Oh.
count.
Madame is most generous. Thank you. And so they go off and they come back with a nice, attractive little box that it feels kind of heavy. And once somebody opens it up, or once Elora would open it up, she would realize that they actually have a real china plate in the bottom of the box and the 3 raw slabs of meat, which kind of makes sense because they don't want, the juices from the meat to, damage the box. So there's a real china plate there in the bottom of the box, and that is for Elora to take. And they will just, without hovering, they will be attentive, and if anybody needs water or they need more hot water or whatever, they will provide that.
Galibar just, after a little bit, Galibar just leans over to Elora and is like, I keep like 100, I have like 4 chests with 100 pounds of raw meat in my bag of.
Well, I want.
You could have just asked for some.
Well, I want them to try bear meat. And it might be interesting. That
That's really
being
tough.
said, everyone outside after the meal. They want to play. As Elora kind of ruins Galibar's surprise of why she wanted him to go outside with her later on.
Okay. I'll go. But something you should know about bear meat, it is the toughest. It is like the
Laura kind of pouts her mouth and says, "You think my Griffey and stuff is weak?"
not at all. It's just much more tough than any other meat. And bears are not necessarily natural prey for griffins.
As Laura takes a moment, realizes, and then starts to like almost get like a sad posture to herself, saying, "Oh, maybe it might be unhealthy for them."
Well, it's not as if it'll be unhealthy, it's just...
Yeah, Elora, as a druid, we'll just say Elora knows that that Griffey and then what is it, Vega and Omega?
Vega and Omega.
Yeah, that the three of them they are carnivores, and so raw meat, whether it's tough or whether it's tender, that's going to be fine for them. Galibar's knowledge of animals compared to Elora's, since Elora is a druid, she's kind of like got the triple PhD in large animal biology and animal husbandry and zoology and those types of things. Galibar, as a barbarian with an affinity for animals, he's sort of like the person who is, he maybe is not the kind that goes to the rallies and protests, but he's sort of the real animal lover that joins PETA because he just really is interested in learning about animals. And he's not necessarily, he doesn't have the formal training in it. So,
Galibar would be against PETA. But because he's all for like nature staying nature and it can protect itself.
Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, Elora, you know that, Galibar means well, but it's fine. Bear is fine. They've probably never had it before, but it's not going to hurt them.
Oyohusa,
I
heal.
was more saying like it might be a little bit tougher for their beak.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oyohusa, heal.
Full-grown lion. Okay. All right. Well,
I will actually ask for an extra bottle of the wine, the blackberry wine.
Okay.
And just basically say, she kind of looks
the same thing. He asks for a bottle to go too.
But she kind of looks at Elora and goes, "Well, this is actually going to be for someday when we're on the road and we really would like to either celebrate or have a nice drink, or you never know what a little wine can get you out of some sticky situations."
Laurel nod her head in agreement and say okay. She finishes her glass of tea and hands it down to Oyohusa straight in front of his face so he can put it down on the table or refill it.
Wait, what? I'm picturing you just like shove this like teacup in his face. Okay, all right. He'll gently grab it and put it down on the table.
So at this point in time, though, Elora or Enka, good God, why do I keep trying to say your name, Elora?
Because you just love me so much.
At some point in time, she will kind of look at you guys and go, "So, I would like to hear at some point how you guys all met."
I already
That's
told you this in the bath, silly.
Only just a little bit.
In the mind.
Right. However, I want to hear their side of it, too.
Well, I met them like directly after the attack. Or like the later half of it, the attack on Waterdeep.
Okay.
So, like, I had just finished killing some bandits who were taking advantage of it. And then I met up with Xandri and them.
Huh. Okay. Where were you from before?
Well, to be exact, probably. I'm not sure if you know. You've never been to our world, I don't think. So it's.
I don't
about,
know. Where is your world?
Out of character. It's called Toril, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we're from Toril. But it's Waterdeep's like this giant hub city. My home was about, say, DM. What would you say the distance between Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate is?
Oh,
The distance.
it's. I can actually look that up. So go ahead and keep talking. I'll give you an information in a few minutes, but just keep talking for now.
Well, I'll just say. Well, it's somewhere between Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate, off to in a wooded. Well, it was in a wooded area.
So, and I know GM is looking up something, but is this some place that Tamio would have taken? We would have gone. Okay.
No, you would not.
Oh,
have,
no.
You would not have been.
My character's
No, I meant to
home
Waterdeep.
has been- Oh yeah.
Well, not even to Toril. So you're not familiar with that world.
Okay.
So.
Nope. Okay.
Galibar says, "Well, sadly, my original home is no longer there."
Well, what happened to it?
Oh, it was. It was burned to the ground by a bunch of clerics and paladins.
Well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I know a few of my family survived. They're out there somewhere.
Well, that's good.
And my
good to
mom
hear.
wasn't there at the time.
Well.
And my dad and a couple of my brothers died.
That's not the best.
Is this being told still at the table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, she just asked a couple
You
of
never
questions.
ask, like, Oyo, you never ask Galibar anything.
That's not true. Out of character,
You never
but
asked
yeah.
You never asked him about his family.
Well, I just never really got into that moment. He's just kind of. Oh, he was a little honestly taken back. He's like, "What a wonderful evening," and then it's just like the worst
Well, and that's
Debbie
why
Downer conversation just exploded on
because poor Enka was like, "Okay, I'm curious," and then all of a sudden we start talking about death, and she's just like, okay, this isn't quite a conversation I want to have right now. I just wanted to know where you were from."
Elora strokes and Oyohusa's hair comes slower, almost kind of sadder.
Wait, you're stroking my hair?
She's brushing her hair, yes, with her finger.
She's petting Oyo.
Oh no!
Pet, 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 pet.
I had a wonderful dinner, everyone, but Galibar, let's pick up on that conversation.
Another
maybe
day.
another time, perhaps. Is that all right?
I mean, she asked me a question and I answered it. Sure.
It's okay. We can talk more about this later. So, yes. Anyway. Sorry,
Yes,
I
anyway.
didn't mean to ruin the mood. How about a evening stroll?
Oh, that sounds nice. How about we retire to our rooms? You have a gift to get, no? And then we freshen up a little bit, and then we go for an evening walk.
No. What? What,
I
Elora?
want to feed Griffin and Omega and Vega now.
Who's Griffy? About this time, she kind of looks at everybody else like, did I miss something? Who's this Griffy?
Elora would know better than just to summon him right now, right?
Oh, well,
She's a little
yes.
tipsy.
Well, she's a little tipsy. She's not drunk. She's passed all of her. She's passed all of
Okay.
her con checks. She would not be at the point of, oh, you gotta meet Griffey.
Yeah.
Elora, why don't you go feed Alpha and Griffey and whatnot, and I'm going to go get freshened up and changed, and perhaps we can all meet together for a walk.
And
Perhaps we
Elora-
can. I would love to see the garden near the cherry blossoms.
That would be a good place to meet. Harmf? So,
So huff.
whatever.
And puff.
So, she will, excuse me, Enka will,
I mean, we don't have to. I guess we could go now. And it just stands there, kind of like.
no, I mean, Enka gets up and she's ready to go. I mean, she's, she kind of gets up and she puts the bottle that she had away or that she had purchased, and then had, basically offered her hand to Elora to get her to get up, so
She was basically sulking over Elio's shoulders. Yeah. She'll
Ewok
take
is
his hand and grab
Ewok
the meat
is-
and place it in Galibar's hands.
okay.
You were saying, Oyo?
Ewok is good for digestion. Let's go.
Mm.
I suppose.
As Elora will slightly turn to Oyo and whisper, up.
What?
And she's asking for a piggyback ride because she doesn't want to walk.
Oyo just flat out tells her no.
Enka basically walks up to her, grabs her under the arm, or grabs her, lifts her up. You guys keep forgetting how big Enka is.
I don't.
How tall is she?
She is, how much did I say she was?
Did you say
She's over
like
6 foot.
Oh, okay.
She's a little on the smaller side of Minotaurs, but she's like 350 pounds and it's all muscle.
I think in height wise, I think I can't recall whether we've established that that Adamant or Galibar is taller, but Adamant is blockier. So Adamant is probably wider and thicker and just solid metal.
Yeah.
Galibar is, the really super toned. He's kind of got the Rob Gronkowski physique. He's very muscular, not any excess, not any excess spare tire or anything like that, but very solid, muscular. Oyo is really lean and kind of wiry, tall.
He's muscular.
Well, yeah, but it's lean muscle. He would look, when you look at Oyohusa, he's built more like a Lance Armstrong with long, lean muscles and not,
Oh, you mean like a gymnast?
Yeah, he's
Well, yeah.
wild.
Yeah, a gymnast or a swimmer or something like that, where clearly it's a strong person, but it's not a person that, does
Heavy lifting.
combat or heavy lifting type of sports the way that Galibar's physique is built for. And Elora, I don't know if we've established how tall Elora is. And then Enka, yeah. Between 6 and 6.5, you'd say, for Enka.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Elora takes more of her father's height size. She's only 5 foot.
Okay, 5 foot. Yeah, so it's like 4 relatively tall people and then little bitty wisp of a girl.
Yeah, she looks like she weighs nothing at all. So
Yeah.
Hey, Enka,
What?
here, I'll take her.
No. Mine.
But
Okay, so you guys head
You could-
out of the. Go ahead.
You could carry me, Adamant, if you like. And he kind of like elbows him a little bit.
not even thinking twice, Adamant scoops Oyo up and sits him on his shoulder.
Oh dear God.
And the people in the servers and the other patrons in the restaurant, they all turn and
Oh, you
kinda
mean?
do a double take. But yeah, you guys head out and you make your way outside to the gardens, and you can. There's probably a few things you can do out here, depending on what Elora wants to do. You could have the animals join you on the stroll, or you could do that as a separate thing. It's up to you guys.
they'll join on the stroll just because they need
Okay.
a little bit of out time.
Okay, so describe for Enka, since Enka has not been witness to this yet. How do you bring forth Griffey and Vega and Omega?
For Griffey, she pulls out of the statue and then says a keyword, and then she kind of tosses the statue as the top of it kind of dances up and grows larger until it plops down and the totem is on the ground. She'll instantly pick up the totem, though, just to make sure it's safe. Or does it
Okay.
disappear into Griffey? Because I know it doesn't really
And
specify.
Griffey is what? What kind of creature is Enka looking at?
Griffey is a giant griffin, not technically a giant griffin, just a normal griffin with little spots and stuff on him. I think I had posted a picture in like the chat. I don't know where it is anymore. But I'll eventually find that again.
Okay.
And then the same
Wait,
thing with Vega and Omega, throwing their statues until they dance up and then land on the ground.
And
Hey.
Vega and Omega are?
Lions, I believe. Yeah, lions.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted you to make sure that Enka is getting the full effect of what is unfolding here.
But the
Yeah.
one
Now
thing
what-
about Griffey that is very noticeable is that Elora clips his tail into a heart shape.
Poor thing.
But he loves it.
Huh.
Now, what do the other people of this school think when they see a griffin and 2 lions walking around?
Well, if there were a griffin and 2 lions walking around just on their own, they might be extremely nervous. But when they see a group of adventurers, and there's kind of the way I picture Elora acting when she summons Griffey and it's not in a fight, one of the first things she's going to do is run over and kind of grab him
Smother
around the
the
neck
thing.
and start to ruffle the mane on him and everything, and she would act the same way with them. So with the 2 lions, so they're going to probably do a double take, and they might step back a little bit, and then they see that all of you are around and clearly you all are interacting with it, and the monsters are not trying to eat you. So then they might be a little curious, but they look at how you guys are sort of bristling with weapons, because Galibar doesn't know the meaning of going somewhere unarmed. And it's
a large part of his weaponry is in his bag of holding, but he still has the bandolier of daggers, the giant axe, 2 hand axes on his hips.
Yeah. So it's like, okay. They seem to have it under control, but they're going to give those creatures a healthy distance, and obviously give the heavily armed group of adventurers with them a healthy distance as well, because Adamant has that big hammer on his back and has that shield. So yeah, it's you guys are clearly not a group to be trifled with.
If only the enemies of this world would ever see that.
That being said,
See, they see us as a challenge, not so much as a,
not
thing.
to be a force being reckoned with, we can still reckon with each other. So Elora will instantly take a slab of meat and she'll from Galibar's hands and just slap it on Galibar and call Griffey and point to Galibar as Griffey goes over and tries and rushes Galibar as he pins him down and licks the meat off his chest.
Are you sure he can pin me down?
Oh, come on.
Well, let's find out.
Yes.
Well, we can do we can now is an athletics check. Okay, so I have to pull up the stats for.
I rolled a 3.
Yeah, I have to pull up the stats for Griffin, and this is going to be. I guess I'm going to have him do a strength check. Basically, that would be a strength check because it's not an attack per se.
Yeah. He's not trying to actually pin him down, but because of the ram force of who's me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So 18, and Galibar just. I guess what happens is Elora slaps him with this slab of meat, and Galibar is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" and is looking down at that, and then these 2 big claws come, and Galibar's just boom down on his butt, and the Griffin is just at that meat and everything, and clearly not.
Oyo laughs. He points
Yeah.
at
Yeah, about this time, Enka's like, what the? Oh, that's funny.
And sometimes Griffey goes up and gives Galibar a big, huge lick across his face.
Galibar is going to cast Speak with Animals, and he will whisper to Griffey, "Now go tackle her."
Oh, this is gonna kill Elora. What?
Okay. Let's see. I need to.
Surely he wouldn't.
Well, I just need to see something.
It gives me with advantage on persuasion checks with animals.
Right. Well, I'm looking at this is because of what it specifically is aimed at. It's aimed at a specific type of creature, which is beasts. And a griffin is a monstrosity. Yeah.
But
So
in Figurine of Wondrous Power, it says the creature is friendly to you and your companions and understands your languages and obeys the spoken commands.
Okay. So yeah, you don't even have to. Yeah, casting the spell wouldn't do anything. But if he says, now go knock down Elora, the griffin would look at you and would do that sort of thing with that eagle head where it sort of cocks its head to the side and gives you sort of a deep, unblinking, penetrating stare, and then sort of turns and looks at Elora and gives her kind of a deep, penetrating stare, and then looks back at Galibar, and then looks back at Elora, and then lunges over toward Elora and just puts its paws up on Elora's shoulder and starts licking Elora's face. So it's like, and I guess I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that again and see how forcefully that happens. It's another strength check. This is against Elora. Okay, yeah, Elora. It's not enough to. It's probably not enough to knock you down. Oh, well, okay. Except it is. That extra wine Elora had. Yeah. So Elora tumbles and falls on her butt in the grass, and so Galibar, you have your revenge.
Galibar gets up and prestidigitates himself, and will since he still casts the spell, he's just going to be talking to the lion.
Okay, yeah, because those are lions. So yeah, they're beasts. So yeah, they can, they will interact with you. All right, so we're out for a little walk. We're having a break after dinner, and I think that is a good time for us as players to take our break for the session. I have about 10 after the hour. So let's go ahead and come back at around 10 or 20 after the hour. I'm going to go ahead and put the music on and put the slate up and chat. We will be back. If there's any questions that you guys have on chat, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this afternoon. Let us know during the break, and we will respond to those before we get started with the half of today's session.
When you get back, definitely, tell us the scene. Like, what's the scenery? What are we looking at? Like, describe the setting. It'd be great.
All right. Cool. Yeah.
Mac messaged her on PlayStation.
Oh, dear God, why?
And said, since you don't play Call of Duty Mobile anymore, why don't you try to beat me at GTA 5? The daughter just laughed at it.
Whew, I don't know about you, I'm glad I am not in my hometown right now.
You just a wussy. You can't handle the cold.
I love the cold, but the problem is I live. My apartment's not that great. It's like really old. Like I have like one little antique natural gas / propane heater or whatever it is. It's not enough to heat the whole apartment really. And with -10 degrees weather, and they said there was going to be like 5-foot snow drifts, and for Oklahoma that's just insane. So I was worried about the power going out. First, I was going to be like, okay, well, I'll just freeze for you guys so I can participate in today's game. But then they were like some other problems, and I was like, well, maybe the power will go down, and then that's not good. And then I had some business and I needed to attend to, and I wanted to see my family a little bit. So I just said, you know what, this would be a good time to get the hell out of Dodge.
We got like 3 or 4 inches of snow. What, a week and a half ago, honey?
Probably.
I think it rained for like 6 hours. So all the rain soaked into the snow and turned to ice. And we've been kind of sitting at the same thickness for a while now.
The roads are bad, or what?
No, the roads are fine.
Oh,
I live in Ohio. They're pretty on the ball with the roads.
Yeah, that's true. No, Ivy, believe it or not, like my ideal zen locations or like mountains and forests. I love the cold. I love
I'm
hot
teasing
drinks.
you, you know
I like
this.
hot soups and stews and like
See,
oh man,
I do better in the cold.
mulled wine. Like I love cold weather food and cuisine and just the lifestyle.
I do better in the cold than the heat by far.
I get hot too easy. I really do. I couldn't live in like Houston or Florida. I've been to Florida quite a few times, and every time I went, I just was like, once I got there, I got wet and I stayed wet, and I hated it.
Okay, but I have a question for everyone.
Colorado and places like that that's my jam. Yeah, go ahead with your question.
You know how like mindfucky what you did was? Oh yeah, my hands are underneath the table, looking at Elora and Oyohusa. Like the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, what is he up to? Yeah.
Yeah, he had the prayer beads in hand. It's like, I've seen bad hangovers. This is gonna be bad.
And now it's gonna be worse.
I can fix this before it really gets bad. Boop.
So like Oyohusa is have a conversation with him, and like that's what living entities that drink alcohol. That's why they do it. You know, it's not for nutritional / necessity.
Do it while we're sleeping.
I mean, it's part of Galibar's diet, so he didn't eat any of those sweets or anything. All of his sugars come from either the fruit he eats or the alcohol he drinks. And he eats a ton of protein otherwise.
No.
So Galibar got like red and he drank whiskey, which is apparently a good pair with red.
Cat, get off of my footstool. I shouldn't have to fight for real estate for my feet.
You think it's free when you have a cat?
When you have a cat, your cat owns your house.
You guys want to see something hilarious?
Sure.
Hold on. Let me get to this. The picture's on my phone. This is how my cat fell asleep last night.
What?
I had to check to make sure she didn't like die like that. I'm like, oh, nudge, 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 nudge. It took her a minute, but she finally looked up at me like, "What, asshole?" And then she went right back to sleep. But I was like, Jesus Christ. How do you?
Oh, that reminds me. Thanks. Like I'm gonna see my brother probably tomorrow. I'm gonna take a picture of Lucky.
Aw.
So you can see what Lucky looks like.
I used to have a beautiful Russian blue. He was my dude.
Oh, I thought you said you used to have a beautiful Russian girl. I was like, yeah, me too. No, kidding.
There's a Russian blue. It's a cat. Maybe we've been talking about getting a cat for a while, and I went and I looked online and I found a picture from the Zanesville. Was it Zanesville? Yeah, it was a Zanesville Humane Shelter. There's this big old Russian blue sitting there staring at the person taking the picture. I said, "That's the one. That's my cat."
Here, I had to post something last night at the other. I can't remember if it was the other game or what? There was there it is.
That's a pretty cat. I don't know. Russian blue. I don't feel like that's a breed for me, but they are kind of pretty.
They're amazing. We were kind of worried about how he was going to get along with our dog at the time. 2 days after he moved in, they were sleeping together. Just dogs curled up around the cat, or vice versa. Like, oh, no worries there. This is fine. Yeah, see, when we started getting other cats, then he started getting a little cantankerous.
I'm watching the video of her underneath the sheets, and I remember that whenever I'm trying to make my bed, Gypsy will climb on my bed and she'll wrap herself in the blankets, throw it off the bed, jump back on it, and then rip another one off.
Yeah, I was trying to make the bed that night. You know? And as I go to put the top cover on, suddenly there's a cat. And I'm like, okay. Just, I'm starting to like tuck things in. Next thing I know is she starts doing the trying to chase my fingers from under the covers. I'm like, yeah, that's smart. She's our little goofball. She's our Miss Sassy Pants.
So this picture I'm about to share. This is a big and tall chair. I'm a big guy, so it was made for 1,000 pounds. Mm-hmm. So it's a very wide seat. The cat is 6 months old in this picture.
Jesus. Is that a Russian blue?
Yes, that's a Russian
Sorry,
blue.
I came in late to the conversation, so...
That was Murray.
Do those
Murray was
bigger than the what are those really, really big cats called?
No, they don't get as big as the Maine
Coons.
The Maine Coons, yeah, no.
Yeah, Coons. They don't get that big, but
or
they
the
get
Norwegian forest cats, yeah.
They get pretty sizable. When he jumps,
grow everything. They grow everything large in Russia.
But he was just,
why isn't there a Texas breed?
Then make a Texas breed.
That'd be the biggest cat breed of them all.
Maine Coons must be a nightmare to own, because if what if one day when you're sleeping and they just feel like laying on your face, you'll just suffocate in your sleep.
Any cat could do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but Maine Coons are so big that you might not be able to get it off.
Yeah, you can lift them. They're still big, but yeah.
You'll have a harder time doing so, though.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Pet Corner here on the Walker of Waterdeep. All right, so.
Hey, man, you want to buy some catnip?
So when we last left the party, they were outside in the garden area, and there's this university. It's kind of a different experience than most of you have ever had. Enka, you've spent some time here before, but it's probably even still a little bit strange for you. There is it reminds those of you from Toril. Your minds think back to the Netherese Empire and the stories you've heard about Netheril, and how they used to build floating cities. Because there's like this big chunk of rock that looks like it was a plateau from the top of a mountain or a mesa or something that just literally was scooped up out of the ground and levitated up into the air a couple of 100 feet above this waterfall. And, so the university itself is built in the center of this big, huge floating chunk of earth. And out around it are grounds. There are green spaces that are sort of like quads where students could go outside and sort of either relax on the grounds or walk across the grounds, or perhaps there might be some informal games that students would occasionally play on the grounds. There are areas where there are groves of cherry trees, and then the entire perimeter of this big chunk of floating earth is surrounded by kind of a border of cherry trees, and if you get too close to it, you will notice that there is a fence, sort of a rail fence that's a good 4 feet high, so it would come up sort of to the chest of most adult humans and most adult Soratami. So you could go up to the edge of this fence, and you could look over, and there's probably another 10 feet of ground beyond the fence before it just falls off into middle of the air. But then there's probably on the back side of the elevation that we're looking at, so on the opposite side of the university, there would probably be kind of gardens that might have flowers and maybe some fruit trees, maybe some things like that would be there. Enka, you've spent time at this university.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be the kind of gardens that would have? Would it be more floral and botanical, or would it have mazes or anything of that nature?
Basically, it's going to have pathways that have been naturally sculpted to look like they actually would have occurred in nature. However, they're very tinted. They're very delicately maintained to continue that natural look. The other thing is with them is that they there are small little, I don't want to call them nooks and crannies, but if you're walking along one of these wilderness pathways, you come across a small sitting area with stones that are set just at the perfect height, or look like they might have almost a backrest, but they look so natural that they could have occurred in nature. You have a lot of the cherry trees overhead, with a couple of conifers, etc., inside them, inside the areas. However, there is a very good understudy of shade plants.
Okay.
Sorry, my cat just tried to rip my headset off.
Yeah.
So I heard it.
So yeah, it's the underneath the trees, there's different contrasting shades of greens and whites, and sorry, I'm a landscaper.
Okay. No, that's fine. It's like I wasn't sure whether we were dealing with Enka's vision here, whether we were dealing with botanical gardens or sort of European style gardens, or what we were dealing with.
These are very much Japanese styled gardens.
Okay. All right.
Just, and you will find a couple of the raked pebbles and stuff. Areas. However, that's one of the specialties of Japanese gardening, is to give it that sense of natural. Meanwhile, it's being maintained by humans.
Yeah.
There's a reason for everything.
Galibar,
Come on, cat. Go on.
Galibar, strolling around these gardens here, you have some mixed feelings, because there's just enough sort of natural the plants and the shrubs and the trees and everything that are here, they all look like they belong together. There's nothing that is jarring and that seems like it's out of place. And yet it absolutely reeks of being, shaped and manipulated and maintained and groomed just so. And so kind of there's a little bit of conflict in Galibar between, yes, this feels natural, and no, they're trying to control nature. So he's got a little bit of that going on. As for everybody else, what are you guys feeling in this environment?
He's had gotten off of Adamant's shoulders a little while back, and he's just walking around. He's deep in thought. He's just really enjoying the garden, and he's just kind of thinking about home. This really reminds him of like his area of the world back in Toril. Like, he's actually been to Wa, the kingdom of Wa, and this is very much kind of that style and a little mixture of his kingdom. But he's just really enjoying it. He's deep in thought. He's at peace, but definitely takes him back.
Sorry.
Damn.
As one of the lions brushes up against him and goes
meow.
Yes. And he reaches down and he just kind of like scratches him between the ears without even looking, just kind of automated.
Who are you scratching in between the ears?
One of your lions.
Oh, right, yeah. If you're petting
Inka,
one, the other one's gonna get jealous and want the other hand.
Well,
Inka
good.
is quite shocked at these large animals and very fascinated by them. This is a first for her.
Mm-hmm.
As Griffey is staying by the side of Galibar, almost like going behind Galibar and putting his beak between Galibar's legs and trying to whip him up onto his back to walk around.
And we've gotten, while you all have dined, it has gone beyond dusk. And everybody can, well, there's 3 of you that need to, 2 of you who don't. So the usual suspects, go ahead and make me perception checks.
Who's that?
Everybody except
Elora,
for
and Galibar.
yeah, everybody
What?
except for Adamant and Oyohusa make perception checks.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Oh wow. Okay.
The one who hasn't been drinking the most, besides
Yeah.
Adamant, gets the nats.
Okay.
Okay, this
so
is really rare, so you know.
So actually, Galibar and Enka both will notice as you're strolling around, as will Adamant and Oyohusa, that there are several groups of students that are out on some of the quads. And because night has fallen and the stars have begun to appear in the sky, these groups of students are standing and looking in the direction, Enka, where you had noticed that there's a star missing from a constellation. They all seem to be looking at that, and they all seem to be noticing, and they're sort of talking to each other. You guys are too far away to hear what they're saying, but they're Clearly they're discussing something different in the night sky.
What are they? Are they? I can see them.
You all, everybody except Elora has noticed them.
Okay,
And if somebody points it out, Elora will then notice them.
got it. What about? Are they speaking in a language I would understand?
Should be.
They're probably speaking common, but you're probably too far away to hear what they're saying.
Oh, what about with the
Yeah.
observant feat?
Let's take a look at the.
The question is, can you see their lips?
Yeah, well, he said I could.
Okay. I'm gonna say because it's okay. You're a full blood elf. Okay, so it's nighttime, so you really have kind of dark vision there. What's your dark vision range as an elf? So
60.
60.
And then beyond that, it's like
Yeah. Yeah. You notice probably the closest group to you is maybe 120 or 200 feet away. So
okay.
if you want to know what they're saying, you'd have to get closer so that you could see their lips. But once you get to within range of your elfish dark vision, you could see it. But you guys all notice that they are there, and the direction that they're looking is the same direction where Enka pointed out, and a couple of the people that you've talked to since you met Enka have noticed that there was something wrong with one of the constellations. So the point is just that people here seem to have noticed the same thing.
Yeah, basically Enka will kind of point it out and just kind of give one of those little head kind of lifts, kind of like, hey, look at these guys. She's like, they're just finally discovering that there's something missing.
Should we tell them why it's different?
No, they will learn on their own.
We don't want to incite any type of panic.
Laura's just busy taking care of her 3 children.
Yep.
Perhaps we should retire for the evening.
Probably just to get some rest while we can. Who knows what the future will bring soon.
You notice over in the areas where there are some shrubs near the trees, you notice that the little bioluminescent winking on and off of fireflies is starting.
Oh, you guys have seen fireflies, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Well, everybody in the party has seen bioluminescence of one form or another. There's definitely things in the Underdark that wink on and off. I can't remember whether we established whether or not there was any fireflies in Innistrad, but there's definitely fireflies all over Toril. So
there's fire beetles in the Underdark.
Is this the first time Elora's ever seen fireflies?
I doubt it.
Okay.
She was in the forest for so long, she probably
Okay, yeah, there probably would be something similar to that in Innistrad.
Oyo is thinking, he's like, what a wonderful evening. And he wants to retire before anybody can spoil it. Or any diplomats or any problem that might be arise that necessarily he doesn't have to deal with. So he just decides that he would rather retire.
Okay.
Rather risk remain such a perfect evening.
Okay.
My friends, I'm going to retire for the evening. Thank you for a wonderful dinner and
Thank you for
company.
coming out. It was fun. It was a good chance to get to know you better when we're not basically so exhausted or running for our lives for some reason.
Likewise, it was a pleasure to learn from you a little. Enjoy your gift.
Oh, that's right. You gave me a gift. Okay. Thank you.
And Oyo smiles at the rest of the party and politely excuses himself, and he returns to his quarters.
Okay.
Vega and Omega sit of where you left them, kind of like looking up at you like, "Aw." But then after you go inside the doors to go over and run to Enka and Adamant and do laps around them and start a little bit play fighting before they
Starts
get too
getting his
tired.
zoomies, huh?
They weren't their best behavior. Nope, not anymore.
Gotcha.
I kind of like it out here. I think I'm gonna stay out here.
Okay. So you're gonna stay out on the grounds. Any particular location? Would you be in?
He
Some
would
of the
go
gardens, or
position himself under vine trellis and just
Okay.
shut down there
Okay.
like a statue.
All right. Okay.
Laura will turn to Enka and say, "You have a tarp or a blanket or something in your backpack."
Don't do it, Elora.
Actually, I left my bag of holding back at the room.
Well, she'll turn to Galibar and see if he has one.
Hold on, I have to look at my bag of holding.
So we're kind of like, no, I think we're
I don't have a blanket. All I have is
All you have is a what? You got cut
a
off.
bedroll.
Oh, okay.
That'll do.
Not really. It doesn't. Bedrolls don't really drape.
Just
I'll
sleep
find
in
a
bed.
way. Laura will take the bedroll from Galibar if he allows her to grab it, and she'll put it around his shoulders, and then with a little bit of vine that she grabs from her backpack or next to where they are, she'll make like a little tiny hole, make it almost like a cape for him.
You mean for Adamant?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Adamant, kind of this long suffering. Now, wait a minute. Galibar is. Am I thinking of this campaign, or am I thinking of a different game? Is this bedroll a minor magic item?
It's not.
It's not. Okay, so it's just a regular bedroll. All right.
The bedroll of devouring. No.
No, there's another campaign that I'm thinking of where there's a bedroll that's a minor magic item, and it kind of gives you this sort of accelerates the or shortens the time that you need to take a long rest.
Oh, that would be great for Adamant.
Yeah.
You never lay down and you just stand on it for 3 hours.
But anyway, so you have this. So once you get Adamant, in air quotes, dressed for the night, put his pajamas on, pajama cape. What are the rest of you going to do?
Kind of yawn and stretch after watching the fireflies for a little bit and go, I think I'm going to follow suit and just go relax. And
Okay, so heading
try
back
to get
to your
some
room.
sleep. Yes.
Okay.
Galibar is going to, for at least the first 2 hours of the long rest, he will fly up to the very top of the academy, sit on the roof, look at the stars for 2 hours, and then he's going to fly to his room.
Okay. And last but not least, Elora. What is
When
Elora gonna
Enka was getting ready to leave, she would unsummon Vega and Omega, just leaving Griffey out for Galibar to play and fawn with him for a little bit. But then once Galibar left, she'll unsummon Griffey, and then she'll walk inside. And then she'll forget which room she was supposed to go in. And she'll just shrug and knock on the first door that she thinks she saw one of you guys walk into. And
Well, she would have stayed there with her.
No, you already left. Don't change your mind now.
Okay. All right. All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a 1d4 here, and I'm just gonna arbitrarily assign that is room 1, that is room 2, that is room 3, and that is room 4. So let me roll this d4 and see whose door gets knocked upon. All right, so, all right. You knock on a door, and Oyohusa, you're probably getting into the first stages of your meditation because it's been maybe an hour since you've gone, and suddenly there's a knock, 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 knock on your door.
He just opens his eyes and he's like, what in the world now?
At this point, you should get used to it because of how many times Elora done this to him.
He was getting into really good meditation. And so he gets up and he slowly walks over and he opens the door and
Elora Oyohusa opens the door.
Oyohusa's looking down at you.
Got any tea?
No, that's not that's almost an innuendo. Got any tea?
She'll just smile innocently up at him.
He I guess hold on, let me roll something.
That's what happens after he feeds her like that.
And while he's making up his decision, he'll just scroll right in.
He just like nonchalantly, he's like, okay, yeah, I guess. He just doesn't think anything of it. He's okay, and he kind of like slides. He like kind of pushes the door wide open. It's like his arm is like above her.
Yeah,
kind of scene, and
you can waddle back in.
As you enter, you see that he's got some incense burning. There's candles burning, and that's got each room has these like beautiful windows, a beautiful window, and the silk and lace curtains are kind of lightly blowing in the evening breeze. So he's got the windows open, and it's cool, but it's not like real cold.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that he had his like meditation. He was using a meditation pillow, and it was nice. He's just like, "Oh, I was meditating, but yeah, so we can have tea. Come."
Tea time, one word. As Elora will instantly go over to the bathroom and close the door.
And he'll kind of raise his voice. Was there any type of tea that you wanted? As he's looking through his bag of holding.
Yes. As Laura doesn't say anything else besides yes and washes her face, so she feels like a little bit more cleaner about herself.
Okay.
Please tell me that he's not this dense.
He's pretty dense.
Oh, God.
Well, I mean, it's Elora we're talking about. Of course he's dense to that. It's not like... So he picks out a nice tea and something that will be relaxing and just kind of like... won't put anybody to sleep, but it's just a nice, comforting, conversational tea. He decides to pick that out, and he gets his tea set out, and he starts, making the tea.
After she's done in the bathroom, she'll come over, sit on the bed, probably thinking they're drinking it in the bed, if not on the table.
Well, there's like kind of a coffee table, and there's like these nice pillows that are kind of sitting around, and he's got like a pillow. He's got like a sitting pillow next to him on either side, and then of course there's some on the other side around.
Did he pull this all out of his bag of holding?
No, this is what my room looks like.
I thought we were all being put in student rooms.
Well, apparently Oyo got the upgraded version.
It would be a actually you guys would all be in student rooms. So yeah, and Elora, thinking about it, the way we described it when we were talking about this hall, there's not really an adjoining bathroom on these rooms. There's a bathroom at the end of the hall, if you wanted to do that. Otherwise, there would definitely be a desk of some type with a pitcher and a basin of water, so that that's meant for washing one's face before bed and then in the morning. And then underneath the bed, of course, there would be a bedpan. But there would also be the indoor plumbing from the bathroom at the end of the hall, the communal bathroom. So if you wanted to wash your face in the room, it would be with that basin. If you wanted to wash your face before you go to the room, you would have done that before you get to the room.
Just the base. Just the sink in the room. She would have gone to.
Okay. So you're Oyo, you're there, and you're you
Sitting
ask
down.
her,
Yeah.
you ask her, is there a tea you prefer? And she's just got her back to you, and she's sort of washing her face, and she just says yes. And Oyo's sort of waiting for an additional response, and she doesn't give any. So okay, go ahead.
He picks out a nice tea and that he thinks fits the situation, and he gets comfortable. He's got the tea set, and the water is starting to get hot. He's just waiting.
Who has birds? I hear in the background. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted.
There's chirpy birds somewhere.
I've got a couple of parakeets and a parrot over here.
Oh, it's adorable. Okay, anyway, Elora will turn to Oyohusa and stare deep in his eyes, putting her head in her hands and saying, "Tea. You know the ogre man and the commander person who were best friends?"
Yes.
I was dwelling on that a lot, and he was saying that he liked what was it? And she kind of mumbles to herself, and oh yeah, it's lemon tea with lavender in it. I know personally I could make the lavender scent, but I don't know where I can get a hold of lemon tea.
Well, I have some dried lemons. Why, do you want some, or do you want to give it as a gift?
Well, you remember what I just said a second ago? The ogre man and the commander were best friends, and commander said the ogre man likes tea from his childhood when they were friends, but then they split ways, and yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So maybe this big angry ogre man is angry because he doesn't have his tea.
I see.
You know?
And then out of character is thinking, not really.
Do you... What are you trying to say? Do you think we should get him some tea and that might help as a gift or as to repair their relationship or what?
Well, I know Galibar and Adamant, and then we'll probably, thank you, just want to beat him out and then deal with fighting everything and everyone. But why fight when there's an possible easier, harder way to deal with it? The ogre man might realize what it's doing is wrong and he might want to change it. So if we bring him back to when he was happy and he had control over himself, maybe he won't be so angry. Thank you, ma'am.
Oyo kind of sighs and he starts to pour you some tea. You know, sometimes a spirit can be prideful and angry at the same time, and it is not easy to accept that maybe one says things that they should not, or they did something to hurt someone else, and these feelings, they get in the way of what really matters. And sometimes it is not easy to repair relationships. But I agree. It is better to do that than fight, but sometimes being males, we have to fight before we realize that who our friends are. It
Or
doesn't
we
make a
could
lot of
just
sense.
give him the option, you know? Like, the option's open. It isn't always fight to the death. I know Galibar and his gladiator pits, it's always beat the shit out of everyone until they give up.
That's his Galibar's way. But he is slowly learning to do things differently, I think. You don't know him as long as I have known him, but he has changed a lot.
And you don't know him like Griffey knows them. As Elora will stick out its tongue and then, like, grab a hold of his nose.
I guess that's true, but I don't know if their friendship can be repaired so easily without a fight, but maybe we could make a tea for the return of friendship. Would you like to help me make such a tea?
Elora will smile and say, it'll just be my pleasure. And she'll give him a little tiny wink.
Oyo grabs, and he pulls out a mortar and pestle out of his bag of holding, and he grabs a big bag that has a bunch of different types of teas and ingredients, and just, it's like a plethora of just dried substances. We could take a little bit of this dried lemon here and some of this lavender and this and that, and here. And he puts it into the pole, the mortar, and he hands it in the pedestal to her.
As Elora will reach into, like, her little pouch of seeds that she has always by her side, and then kind of pours a little bit on the table, and then tries and scavenges through them. You can see so many different types of seeds, like, it's ridiculous. Some of them are spiky, some of them are smooth, some of them are big, some of them are small, some of them are, like, pinkish, some of them are blue, orange, all different assortment of seeds. She finally picks out the one for lavender, and she raises it to her hand and puts it in Oyohusa's hand, forgetting she needs to grow it. As she scoops the rest of it back in her little bag that she has.
What do I do with this?
It's lavender. What you mean?
It's a lavender seed.
It's a flower.
Not yet. It's not. It's a seed.
It's a flower.
Okay. You-
Oh! As Elora reaches back in his hand for it. And then she does her druid craft on it, and it eventually grows. But then she wants like a little glass of water so she can put it in it, so it will stay healthy.
That is a neat trick. I like that.
You've seen me do this like a million times, Oyohusa. I'm not no stranger.
You know, you could be a tea master one day. That is a neat trick to be able to grow whatever ingredient that you need.
Well, I need to keep the fresh supply of seeds, which is why from every single plant that I come across, I take a seed. She goes over to the lavender plant and try and like almost go into the ruffles of the flower and picks out the seed again. I think that's how it works. Most flowers, and then shows it to him, and then puts it back in her bag.
This might be nice as a garnish, but for a tea, we had to dry it first. But I have some lavender here, and he shows you, and I put it in there. Take the pedestal in the mortar, and you grind it.
Or pound, like, bring her a little empty cup, like, I need some more, and say, well, what? My lavender's not good enough for you?
No, but I gave you a mixture. You have to grind it. We're going to make some tea bags.
Laura laughs, and she grabs it from him and starts trying to make tea.
No, not like that. Then Oyo kind of slowly, gently puts his hands over her hands, and he guides her how to do it. No, you do it like this.
So how long does this take until it's ready? Like, you make use a lot? Whatever happened to the tea that I gave you?
It does not take long. See, we are done. Voila.
Oh, my love. My darling. I hung for
God.
your touch.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who
on
lived there.
YouTube looking for the link to that freaking video. I was just on YouTube trying to find that. And I was like, yeah, that's
Oh my god.
It's a budding romance.
You know, speaking of gifts, I saw a little something in the shop today, and I got it for you.
But what does that have to do with my tea that I gave you? Laura's just oblivious to what you just said, because she wants her question answered.
He ignores your question, and he says, I got you a gift today out of this lovely old shop.
The tea that I handpicked for you. My gift for you.
Oh, she gave Oyo some tea, right? A while back?
Yeah. When the maid went to the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean this tea? And he searches for a second. He produces it in front of you.
Have you tried any of it? Do you like it?
I have not. Would you like to have some with me?
That's special just for you, silly.
No,
But
come
what
now.
you're saying...
Oh, boy.
No. Please, share it with me. It would be more enjoyable that way. And he starts pouring some hot water mixes it in with it and lets it seep for a minute so it brews. I got the Enka something as well. She probably is
Yes,
had this delivered anytime now.
She has received her gift. It
What gift is it?
Is very much appreciated.
I guess we can come to that in a minute, but he
now do it.
No. This is you guys.
And we cut to Enka. Go.
You made this. Now you have to deal with it.
So when Enka gets back to her, now would it have been already put in her room, or is it delivered when she's back in her room?
Yeah, it would have been probably delivered, packaged beautifully, and just kind of sitting on your bed or table or somewhere.
Okay. So she sees it and is just kind of in awe that somebody has gotten her something, because she comes from a culture where people didn't have the funds or money. You know, they were basically a herding family, a herding community, and you just didn't give gifts. And so she will open it very carefully, and inside she's very shocked at what she sees, and it is a beautiful teapot that's white, that looks like it has grass growing from the underside and leaves scrolled around it and a butterfly off of the handle, and it's very elegant, very delicate looking. And she will just be utterly just in awe of this thing.
And there's a little note, and it says, Enka, I found this, and I thought it would be perfect for you. It was crafted by, it is said, by the Nine Tails himself. And it is over 10 generations old. I hope you enjoy it.
She's practically afraid to touch it, but it's just beautiful. So,
have you ever heard the term bull in a china shop?
Oh, God. Thank God I'm not a bull.
And we're back to Oyo's
and
room.
We're back to
Actually, before we go back to Oyo's room, we're going to take this opportunity to pivot around. We're going to go high up on the roof of the academy, where we find Galibar. Galibar is there observing the stars, and there's a little bit you can sort of taste the first. You can taste autumn in the air. There's a little bit of a chill. It's a clear night. There's not many clouds, and you can see a quarter moon up in the sky, where it's just kind of a little crescent of the moon that is it's similar in size, relative size, to the moon that you see over Toril. And then just towards the end of your 2 hours up there, you see over on the horizon another moon, much smaller, begins to rise. And so I don't know whether you guys had ever noticed or not, but apparently Kamigawa has 2 moons.
I see a bad moon rising.
So one that's kind of normal. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
One that's sort of normal size to what those of you from Toril are used to. One that's very much smaller. All right, Oyo.
I'm just picturing like Galibar just like hanging his feet off, kind of swinging, and it's just like this huge moon, and then there's the backdrop of the top of whatever tower he's on or whatever, and then there's the other moon. That kind of backdrop where it's just black shadow and it's just kind of like a kicking of his legs. I just imagine him that way in that scene.
Okay. Galibar, any particular reaction that he would have to realizing he's on a world that has more than one moon?
Not really, but at the end of the 2 hours he's up there or whatever, he would run off of the top and just fall a good 100 or so feet before catching himself with the wing flying.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he can run off the edge and kind of like a kid running and then falling, and before he gets too close to the ground or the next landing below, he kicks in the boots and sails off towards his room. Then we will take another pivot. We are down in the grounds outside, and we see Adamant. And Adamant is there with the cape on him. And Adamant, you are shut down, but you have that sort of Warforged awareness that is on all the time. And you don't know how long you have been there, but suddenly you are aware of footsteps approaching, and it sounds like it's a pair of footsteps, and they're not walking rapidly. They're just sort of walking along, and you hear a voice, and it's a female voice, and it says, "Have you ever seen this statue here before?" And then a male voice answers it and says, No, dear, I haven't seen it. Let's go take a look." And the footsteps get closer, and they, I don't know, Adamant, would you? Now, your eyes don't like light up the way C3POs do when you open them, right? Nobody looking at you would be able to tell whether your eyes are open or shut.
Right.
Okay, so as you fully become aware, there is a human man and a human woman. They are holding hands. They look to be in their late teens, early 20s, probably students here at the academy, and they are literally like between 6 inches and a foot away from you, just sort of really studying your form. And one of them, let's say, okay, I'm going to roll a d2. Okay, one of the man reaches up and touches the bedroll that has been put around. It's like, and look at this. Somebody gave it a cape made from a bedroll. And the girl, she goes, that's kind of funny. But I wonder what it's supposed to be. Do you remember any of the professors talking about a person in the history of the school that was like this? No, I don't. And who put it here? There's no plaque. There's no dedication. And so they're just like standing right in front of you having this conversation.
He just watches.
Okay, he doesn't react at all. He doesn't.
Not yet. No.
Okay, so they
say something that is going to get him to react.
Okay.
Start doing something.
They talk for a few minutes, and they say it's quite peculiar. It just doesn't. I've never seen this kind of craftsmanship before. It looks wonderfully made, but it just doesn't seem like the kind of thing that the Soratami would normally put on the grounds. We'll have to ask in class tomorrow. Who made this? And the man says that, and the woman says, "Well, yes, we can ask about that tomorrow, but for tonight it's a little chilly." And she moves closer and puts her arms around the guy and lifts her head up, and he realizes, okay, she wants a kiss, and so he goes and he starts kissing her again, like right there, right in front of you. And so then she says, well, I don't know how much longer I can stay out here. I think it's going to be kind of chilly tonight. Are we going back to your room, or are we going to mine? And he says, well, my roommate is visiting his family this weekend, so let's go back to my room. And she says, okay. And she takes his hand, and the two of them begin to walk away. And they walk off, and Adamant doesn't react.
He's like, I wonder, is that what's going on with Elora?
You almost made me spit out my drink because I did not expect you to say that.
He actually says it out loud as they're walking away.
Oh, how
awkward.
Oh, okay. He says it out loud. So you wait until they get how far away? 10 feet, 15 feet,
Just
30 feet?
About 30 feet. You just kind of hit the. That what's going on with Elora? I think I understand a bit more now.
And
what did she do? I'm sorry, I must have missed it.
No. She didn't do anything.
No, the girl that walked away.
Oh, the girl and the boy were walking away together. They holding hands, and so you say that, and you say that just at a normal conversational voice.
Yes.
Okay, and the two immediately stop. And their heads whip around, and they look at you.
No movement at all.
And then they look at each other, and then they look back at you.
Nah, we didn't.
And
really
they look
hear
at
that.
each other, and they, one of them kind of raises an eyebrow at the other, and the other one just sort of gives a slight shake of the head. And then they both sort of giggle, and then they resume walking back the way they were going. So they continue walking away.
Curious.
All right. Well, if you don't say anything any louder than that, they
No.
don't. Yeah. Okay. All right. They don't respond further. All right.
As soon as they turned around, you should have moved slightly, as if you were walking, as if you were following them, and stop right as they were turning around, and then do the same thing as they turn
If
back
Adam
around.
had a real sense of humor, he would do that. It's still a process. So.
All right. So now we will go back to Oyohusa's room. And we are back where Oyohusa and Elora are making a mix of some tea for Hidetsugu. That they plan to have ready for when they encounter Hidetsugu. So you guys are back up again.
There, I think that will be just about right. And he takes his hands off of hers and... Yep, I think we did a good job.
Laurel smiles and look at all of the crushed up lemon and lavender and look at it and kind of dig around to make sure that they got all the chunks, and then smiling that impressed how she did such a wonderful job. And then she turns to the tea that Oyohusa pulled out of his bag that Laura gave to him a while ago. As she takes a sip, it kind of reminds her of outdoors, of what it should be, reminding Oyohusa of his hometown, or what Elora could sense out of it.
And then he pours himself a cup of that, and he'll take a sip.
It has some blossom leaves in it and other scents and stuff that should be a cool, relaxing, but also stimulant tea.
Now.
Oyo looks into her eyes, and he grins, and he says, "Do you want your present now or later?"
It's my dick in a box. No. Laura will smile and say, "Well, Enka probably opened a purse, so yeah, I want my present too."
Are you sure?
If Laura will start counting on her fingers like she does every single other time that she thinks about something, just to tease him back. It says, "Yep."
He looks up and he points over to the side desk. And how she hasn't noticed, but there's this big wrapped bowed box that's been sitting there the whole time.
Laura turns to the box, turns back. Oh, you're like, what? Like, what kind of magic trick is this? I know you were playing magic tricks earlier. Type of look. Like, what? And then she'll say, "Oh." And she'll clap her hands and giddily walks up and over to it and carefully unties the box, slowly looking straight at him with a smirk on her face. Doesn't do anything. No. And she'll open it up and look inside.
Okay. And when she does, this is what she sees.
Aww.
Ooh.
Got Enka the teapot and Elora the whole set. Clear favoritism.
Yes, but mine is 10 generations old.
Mine is hand painted from the dear Oyohusa. No. Well, I don't think so, is it?
It is a handcrafted, hand painted set, but it's old. But it's it's not like teapot old. But obviously that teapot didn't have a set, but this is a complete set, and it's hand drawn cherry blossoms. And
pretty.
Laura will look at it and says, "Oh." And then she walks over to Oyohusa and basically comes over and hugs him real tight.
Oh.
Oyo, he hugs her back, and I thought that this would be a wonderful gift and a token of our visit here at the Kamigawa, and that you would always have something to think of fond memories. And you need your own tea set.
Why, when I can always steal yours?
Why, when I can always steal yours? Wow.
Elora would give a little slight smile and basically look forward to the tea set. Basically, on the chair has an armrest, right?
I think this was on a
Okay.
table, but yeah, there's a chair with an armrest there.
No, like the seat that Oyo is on.
No, we're sitting on like kind of like,
Pillows on the ground.
yeah,
type
kind of
deal.
like
Yeah.
Arabic
okay,
/
okay.
Asian style on comfortable
Okay.
pillows.
Okay.
Fuck it. Then Elora would sit on his lap and fucking hug on to him as she looks over at the tea set.
Wow.
I was gonna say sit on an armrest, but no, there's no armrest, so you know what his lap will do. And then she'll turn to him and say, well, how am I going to be able to transport that around? I don't have a magic bag of holding. And I'm
Well-
scared if I put it in my normal bag, it'll break.
We could put it in my bag of holding until you get your own. No?
Elora will think for a moment and then say, then would it be our bag of holding?
I mean,
I think Enka needs to have a birds and the bees talk with poor Oyohusa.
I mean, sure, yeah, that's fine with me.
Always be careful. You never know what culture etiquettes you're gonna break.
I don't mind. I mean, I have space. You can use it. Yes.
Elora will smile a little bit more and say, well, I think it should stay there for tonight. Just so it's up for decoration.
That sounds wonderful. How is the tea?
Well, I don't know. You tell me it was for you after all.
It is quite good.
Then good. And she'll take another sip and finish off her tea and say, did you bring back one of those open bottle of red wine?
I haven't opened it, but yes, I did bring back some of that blackberry wine.
But I know we had a few open ones. Who
No,
stole those?
I'm pretty sure that we all drank it.
I think if there was anything left of an open bottle, they would have given it to Enka because she had ordered it. So if there was a partially open bottle, it's probably back in Enka's room at this point.
Yeah.
Along with the new bottle that she bought to take with them on the road.
Okay. Well, no, dear, I don't want to open up a new bottle. It's fine. She'll still be kind of giggly anyways. She'll keep on drinking her tea and then turning to Oyohusa and saying, out of this basically family, it's wonderful to have all of you.
I'm sorry. What'd she say?
Out of all the group, this is basically a family to her. It's wonderful to have family again, type of deal.
Yes, it is good to have family and watch out for each other. You know, if you want some of that wine, I don't mind opening it. I wasn't going to save it for a special occasion like Inga was. He kind of didn't even think about the words he used.
Well, Inga said we could trade the wine, we could drink the wine, we could celebrate, we could... And she would go off counting on her fingers of everything that Inga said and what she could remember. And she'll just keep on going and going and going until Oyohusa tries and stops her. And then whenever she thinks she forgot to say something, she will repeat the same thing again.
Oyohusa, make me a Constitution check.
Constitution check.
Oh dear God.
Okay.
See how much you can put up with her.
Okay. Elora, you count all of the different ways that you can think of that Enka talked about how you could use the wine, and when you finish recounting them, there's no response, and you look over and Oyohusa sort of leaned back against the wall or back against the side of the bed, and his chin is sort of down on his chest and his eyes are closed. And
What?
He's an elf. He doesn't snore. He's an elf, but he just seems. Apparently, you've talked so long that he's dozed off.
What? No.
Look
I
over
think-
at Oyohusa and just give him like a little glare, like really.
He didn't do that. I think Galley's just cheesing.
Yeah.
No, I'll go with it. I can go with it.
No, he wouldn't do that. Come on.
It's Oyo's character, so he can decide. Yeah.
He's definitely like, oh god, okay, just keep talking. It was a wonderful evening, was it not? It's not very often we get to have dinners like that.
I think tomorrow I might be a little. But that
what?
doesn't mean a little sick. That
Oh.
doesn't mean we can't make the best out of the night.
What do you mean? Like we? Oh yeah. No, the tea is great. The night has been wonderful, hasn't it? I particularly like the gardens. It reminded me of home.
Hopefully Vega and Omega helped too, even though they probably weren't from your home. And this is Laura will kind of rub the back of her neck a little bit, kind of getting sore from sitting up so straight.
Indeed.
She'll finish off her tea and pour herself another glass.
Is your neck hurting you?
Well, it's what? What time is it? We've been up for how long? Yeah, it hurts a bit.
We've probably been talking for maybe only an hour at this point, maybe I would say, right?
Yeah, probably an hour and a half. I doubt that Galibar has come back down to his room by this time.
Yeah. Night is still young.
Yeah, it's getting to that point. Adventurers, they sort of have that. They sort of have a clock in their heads. And Elora, there's part of you that's telling you that if you want to make sure that you get a full rest and you don't, you're not delaying everybody because you're trying to finish your full rest, that it's going to be probably within the next hour you're going to need to, think about getting some sleep if you want to get the benefits of a full rest. And be ready to go the time that everybody else is.
Okay.
Look. There's no girl for me with you here. Don't start that crap.
There's no elevators here. The goobers are dancing again.
All right, so
I think
Pete.
I'll be back for this, Gooney.
Mana. There you go.
Do you like your tea set?
Yes, it's wonderful. It's quite lovely, but
I
she'll give out a big, huge yawn and say it is getting a little late. Don't you think?
Yes, I guess so. And kind of looks back and looks through the window and it's got the bright moons.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem to be that late, but yeah. I'm sure you're tired. You've had a busy day.
What that?
Laura will nod and finish off her tea and then huff and say, "Oh, I don't want to walk back to Enka's room. She'll probably give me a mother speech of why I'm so late." What to do? What to do?
I could walk back with you if you like.
Yeah, but I don't want to walk.
Like, how about we could do something fun, like I could cast a spell.
You've been doing magic tricks all night. I've already seen your magic trick.
Right. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, but it is important that you get your rest, no? I, for one, don't sleep, but I do have to relax and clear my mind. And
Elora will snuff her nose and say, "What? I'm not relaxing enough for you, huh?" And she'll grab hold of his cheeks and just smush them.
Yeah. Well, there's a beloved seat over here in the corner. You're more than welcome to sleep there if you wish.
Laura looks over to Oyohusa and huffs. She just leans back in like his side of his chest arm and just leans back and just drinks her tea, puts it on her lap and says, "No, I'm quite comfortable."
Okay. Oya's a little confused. She's like, "Oh, it's getting late. I don't want to go back, but I got to. Oh, I'm fine. I don't want to sleep here." But he's got to do an insight check because he knows what the fuck is going on right now.
Okay. All right, that's fine. He can do an insight check.
Remember, Oyo has dense
Okay,
himself.
so now with that insight check, Mystic Voice of the Universe doesn't have anything to say. Elora, he really picks up on what you want. So what does Elora the character want at this moment?
You're actually going to make me say it without being secretive about it. This is...
If you want to, you can put it in a PM to
No, stop
Discord
that.
So
Elora wants to spend the nights in Oyo's arms instead of going back and bothering Enka and having her worry about going in too late or so on and so forth.
Okay.
All right.
So
Oyo has densed himself into a Netflix and chill before.
Laura feels comfortable and safe around Oyohusa, so as much as she doesn't know, but she knows she's in a vulnerable state right now, she wants to be protected or in Oyohusa's arms where she feels the most affectionate.
Okay, I rolled pretty good. So where?
So and it's for full clarity. Elora feels safe here, right? This is a safe space for her. So yeah, you would pick up on that.
Okay.
Oyohusa would realize she feels a great deal of affection for Oyohusa, and she also feels like that she can just fall asleep in his arms and be perfectly safe there.
So it's like
what?
It's like a best friend stay over kind of thing. He doesn't pick up that she has feelings for him at this point. It's just
I
platonic.
don't think best friends sit on each other's laps, but I guess my friendships have been fucked, I guess.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is she just wants to lay there and be safe, or
Wants
is
to
total plutonic, or is this? I feel like I feel like someone's character is not being honest. So
Yours.
Well, then that's something that the two players need to work out offline.
okay,
To figure out
All right.
how the thing. So what we're going to do now is it's the morning, end of discussion. So now it's the morning,
okay.
and we are going on because you guys are
Well, I
can't
think it's
figure out.
important to finish the scene there. I was going to, but that's okay if you want.
Okay. Well then yeah, this is the kind. To be honest, this is the kind of scene that you guys need to work out and agree on ahead of time, so you know what you're doing. And
well, I just feel like it's blindsided Oyo. Like he does. He's like,
okay. All right.
If it's just nonchalant, like she just wants to be there because she's safe, then it's like, oh, okay, then he wouldn't think twice. But if it's anything more than that, then he might caught him off guard. So that's
For
the only reason why.
clarification, we did talk about it a bit, but we made it so we don't plan for these things to happen, but when they happen, they could happen.
Right. Okay.
So it's more organic than, oh yeah, we just plan to do this session. So there's some blocky, there's some not so blocky. So
What'd you say? What'd you say, Heather?
I said, okay then.
Oh.
Well, all right.
I guess I would just be like, sure, no problem. You could stay the night. I'll sleep over here and you sleep over there.
no, you ain't moving. She's on top of you.
Okay, well, I guess that's the way it goes.
Either you can pick her up and move her over to the love seat, or you'll just be there.
Oyo, I guess for the clarification, he just feels that she needs to feel safe, and it's plutonic, and we go to sleep.
Okay. She goes to sleep. He goes into his meditation.
Right.
Okay. All right. And then the morning comes around. And now, to step out of Mystic Voice of the Universe a little bit, there's some logistical things going on. Enka has a couple of orders in with a tailor.
Mhm.
That will be the end of this next game day, and those will be ready. Anybody else have anything that they want to do at the university this next day? We can slow walk this as much as you guys want to, or when you all feel like you've done everything you need to do here and you're ready to move on to the next.
We're heading on to at some point in time when the guide gets here. We're supposed to be heading to a different area of this world.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
You'll be going to the Soratami city.
Okay.
That is the next place on the itinerary, but the schedule of when you go there is largely up to you guys.
Okay. So what she will do is, in the morning she'll get up, get washed, get fresh clothes on, and then we'll, after a quick breakfast, she will then head to the library and begin doing research on the city that they're going to. And maybe a little bit more just about the dragons. I mean, you can tell me stuff later. I can roll, and then you can just come up with what I know later or find out. She's going to try and do as much digging as she can, and she did leave a note on her door that she's at the library.
Okay, all right. Enka is researching the Soratami city in the sky. Okay, let me double check. There's, I believe, I believe there's. Aha. Okay. All right. Okay, it's not there. All right. I back before the party left Ravnica, they did some research, and I put some files on lore about Kamigawa into one of the text channels, but the
Okay.
specific things you're asking for are not there. I was just double checking whether it was already there that you could just grab
She's
and
kind
look
of
at.
looking just for like mysterious things that just stand out as different, mystical. I don't know. She's looking for the odd things. You know, she's not looking for the census data or blueprint plans of the anything like that. She's trying to find clues for just anything out of the ordinary.
Anything out of the ordinary about the dragons, or about the city, or about the plane in general? Okay.
Well, actually, all three. So, I mean, she knows that this is a big thing, and it could take weeks to find all this info. But she's trying to get kind of, she'll find something, she'll kind of skim through it and go, not quite what I'm looking for, and then she doesn't really know what she's looking for. She's just kind of looking for something different, something that might tip the balance at some point in time, something she can file away in the back of her brain for later.
Then between now and the time that there's anything more specific that I have on your 2 queries into the city and the dragons, you can go in the Discord to the channel called Kamigawa Lore, and there are a number of PDFs that you can look at, and that will give you sort of that's some insight into different cultures of Kamigawa, different races, some of the different beliefs that some of them have. And these were things that the party found in Ravnica, which were copies of things that came from Kamigawa. So there would be other copies of those here that you would be able to find too.
And then lastly, she would leave a letter for her mentor for whenever she came back.
Okay. All right.
From wherever she went off to.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then... all right. So then that letter can be either nebulous, non-specific, or if there's something specific, you can...
just touching base with her and just giving her an idea of where we're going, where we've been, what we've discovered. Kind of going from there, any advice she might have if she ever comes across us again or comes across me again.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Okay.
That's it. For now.
All right. All right. Okay, so that's those a couple of things that I will want to look at between now and the next time we meet. Okay, so we'll go around the rest of the channel then. Let's start with Galibar. So Galibar, is there anything in particular that you would want to do on this day, or has Galibar done all the particular things he wanted to do and just is waiting for everybody else to be ready to move on?
He's just waiting for everybody else.
Okay. All right. Adamant, anything in particular you want to do?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
I'd be looking at Elora and Oil kind of funny.
Okay. All right. Which of course is to say that he might just his face might turn in their direction a little longer than usual, since he doesn't have any expressions on his. No articulation on his
Exactly.
eyes or mouth
Are you
or anything.
Are
A
you
slight
delib-
tilt to the head, you know.
Are you deliberately trying to get Oyo's attention, or is it more like a
It's just watching. There's
okay?
people watching the party now.
Ah,
Okay. Then Oyo, other than waiting for Enka's research and her stuff to be done, is there anything in particular you wanted to do while you're here in the university, or are you just waiting for everything to be wrapped up so you
I
guys
mean,
can go?
I can't necessarily think about. I can't think of anything really per se.
Okay, unless somebody wanted to involve you in something else, then
Right,
okay.
or if there was something
Yeah.
in the storyline that directly brought me into interaction, then no.
Yeah.
I can't.
Okay, and I'm just thinking, obviously, here at the university,
Right.
and then last but not least, Elora. Anything else while you guys are here at the academy/university that Elora would want to do, or would Elora sort of be waiting for the party to meet up with their guide that's going to take them to the Soratami city?
Laura would probably be wanting to make sure that her gift is safe, for one. Then
Okay.
two, wandering around trying to find the girl who gave her the fruit. I forget which type of fruit. Ginger root. And
Oh, okay.
basically give her a little flower instead of just giving her a seed.
Okay, all right.
Just putting it on her desk or something where she knows she's going to be and where she's going to find it.
Okay,
But
and what
besides that,
sort of
That's not creepy or anything. No, I'm just kidding.
what sort of flower would it be?
She's bouncy and happy, so probably like a yellow, probably a few dandelions.
Okay.
So I know some people might think of that as an ew, or some of them might be an, oh, sweet.
Okay.
But she'll leave that there, and then she'll try and go to Enka's room, find the note, and see, oh, okay, she's at the library and she's doing this and that. So
Okay.
she'll probably wander around, try and stay close to everyone else, make sure that everyone's okay, but remaining free.
Yeah, there's the refectory, there's breakfast, places you can go in a dining hall for breakfast. People can mill around at the library, whatever. Eventually, in the afternoon, a note will reach Enka that the tailor has the garments, they're ready for fitting. And whenever Enka goes over there,
Okay.
we'll find that the garments are almost a perfect fit, just about 5 or 10 minutes of little adjustments needed to
Well, I mean,
make
didn't
them.
even get Elora.
Well, she
I thought it
would
was a
have stopped and
together
gotten
thing.
Elora first, so just that way she'd stop back by her room and
Okay.
get cleaned up because she's been in amongst the dusty tomes all day, and
Okay. All right.
so has ink on all over her fingers from making notes and all that. So
Okay.
yeah, she would have stopped and gotten Elora.
Elora will be staring at Enka a little bit longer than what she normally does, too, to make sure that Enka doesn't look or seem upset at Elora at all from not making it back last night.
No, she looks well rested.
Okay. Good enough for Elora.
I mean, on the way she might say, "So I take it you found other sleeping arrangements last night. As long as you were safe, that's cool."
I started outside, and then that Adamant Oyohusa wanted to first go over to his room and then ditch us all. And then on top of that, then Adamant wanted to go to sleep with, And then Galibar went upstairs, like flew up to the top
Or
of the
Enka is
roof,
trying to
and they left
follow
me.
all of this. Like, oh, okay, well, they're all grown-ups. They can all take care of themselves.
And then I got lost on the way up. It was not a good thing. I'm telling you, I was lost, I swear. But thankfully I knocked on the right door. Well, kind of right. I was looking for your door because you told me to be back, but then I knocked on Oyohusa's instead. And yeah.
Okay, well, like I said, as long as you were safe, that's all I care about. So I'm assuming since I didn't hear blood-curdling screams or someone was knocking on my door last night, you'd found some place to stay.
Elora will chuckle a bit and say, "Oh yeah, it was fine. He taught me how to make tea, like actual tea. Like I know how to make like herbal type of like healing tea, but no, he actually taught me how to make tea. Like you know the difference."
And all you get in
more
response is this bovine blank, like.
Oh, okay. Well, that does not matter. That doesn't matter. But Enka, get this. I don't remember how exactly it happened. I don't. But I woke up on his lap. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have a clue. How you got on his lap unless you plunked yourself down there.
No. I wouldn't do that. He gets like so many other girls everywhere else. Like he tells us all about it. Like you remember the rose he gave me and you, and I plunked her on his head. Oh yeah, I found him with another chick earlier that week, and he told me to be his date.
And about this time,
me to another girl.
You just see Enka's kind of mouth, kind of just hanging slightly open, kind of going, and there's this furrowed brow, like she's like, what? You know, in her brain, she's going, why do I care? But she's like listening and nodding and kind of like trying to support Elora, but she's just kind of like
lost. I don't care.
And in the background, all she can think of is the herd of geese that she used to watch.
Elora would just keep going,
and that's all she can think about is this herd of geese. And so she just smiles and nods.
And Elora would say, well, I know he pulled me there. Like, there's no doubt about it in my mind. He probably pulled me there and made me sleep there. Just for the safety of me. So, but how should I address him? I kind of left in a hurry because, like, it was awkward.
Well, how about just a thank you for, just say thank you. You don't have to make it awkward, you know.
Just say thank you.
Unless something really happened and you didn't want it to, but I don't know. Meow.
She wants pets, but she's also in an angry mood. So I need to slightly give her
going, it's time pets. To eat, man. So anyway, but she's just kind of like, okay. I would just, say, hey, thanks for taking care of me last night, and leave it at that.
How about we do it?
What?
As Elora just nods her head like, help me.
I'm like, at this point in time, poor Enka is just completely lost. She's just like, we'll talk about this later. I'm going to go get my clothes now.
Dress time! As she clasps her hands and runs down the hallway.
Meanwhile, Enka looks after her like, what the hell just happened?
I love how they don't even talk about the gifts he gave him.
Well, she hasn't even had a chance to say anything about the gift. It's more like, I did this, and Inka's just
funny.
like,
Oh, that's funny.
It's
yeah.
like, use you a mile a minute, and this is, I gotta go by.
Meanwhile, there's still this Minotaur standing there, kind of like walking behind, going with this biggest question mark on her face you've ever seen. Like
a cow in the headlights.
Yes. Moo. So anyway, yeah, that's where we're at with that. She'll go and get the clothes, and I will have to get with you again to remind myself what I purchased. So
Elora would grab a hold of the clothing before Enka could do anything about it and say, "You need the same thing I have. You'll love it. You'll absolutely love it." As she runs over to the shop that I have written down in my notes. Gypsy, don't bite me again. Wait 1 second. I'll find it.
Yeah, the two outfits that she got, one of them was a new set of traveling clothes.
Okay.
And the other one was a set of more formal clothing suitable for audiences and her role as a diplomat.
Bard. Oh, okay.
Diplomat. When you're meeting with dignitaries or meeting with people in positions of authority. So yeah.
Okay, I remember.
On her normal type of clothes, she would go to the ethereal of the shop.
Well, yeah, the ethereal. The ethereal is the shop where they could add any additional enchantments, and if we recall, and I recall because I listened to the last part of our session this morning to refresh myself. The ethereal is the shop where the more formal dress could be enchanted if Enka wanted any kind of enchantments on it. The traveling clothes are already made with a fabric that they were a little more expensive because they already are made with a fabric that has kind of the enchantments where it'll sort of clean the grime off, sort of like prestidigitation, and will repair minor damage with like the mending cantrip that's already sort of built into the fabric of the cloth. So it's just something that Enka has to do to trigger those effects to either clean the fabric or mend the fabric.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. So. Okay. Cool.
So Elora wants to bring the dress over to the ethereal and see if she can get it made into an uncommon glamour weave.
They can put some enchantments on it that will do very similar to the yeah, let me go ahead and pull this up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would be let's see, spellcasting services. What's spellcasting services in the DMG? Okay. We'll go ahead and I guess I should probably do some research on that and see what the cost of the spellcasting services would be to get the uncommon glamour weave added to the thing. Okay.
Well, we already have a price for it in the Magic.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, because I have one and Elora has.
Oh, that's right. We do. Okay, so all right. So let me do a search over here. Okay, so yeah, so it's 125 gold for uncommon
Okay.
glamour weave.
We'll pay for it before it come.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Okay, but other than that, I don't, other than restocking supplies and stuff for further travel, anything that got expended, rations or like, I'd say band-aids, but that ain't quite right. But like a healing kit and everything. So other than that, that's about it.
Okay. All right. Then in that case, we should probably go ahead and close this out on this session. Enka, at some point during the day, you would probably have an opportunity to see and interact with Oyohusa. If you wanted to do anything in response to the gift that you received, or say anything in response to the gift you received.
When she sees Oyohusa next time, she will. There's a bit of a, you could just tell through the fur. There's a bit of a blush, but when she's close enough to him, she gives him a polite bow and says, "Thank you. That is a very, very precious item, and I will look after it fondly, and every time I use it, I will think of you. It was very unexpected, and thank you. I don't know what else to say."
You're saying that happens next time, or
No.
Oh.
We're closing out the session with this, so that we don't leave that,
hanging.
So we don't forget it for next session.
Yeah.
I'm very glad that you like it. I thought it would fit your personality well. I got Elora a complete set. Very nice. I think she liked it.
That is wonderful, and I find things like this very fascinating, and just to think of the number of hands and the number of people that this has touched in their lives. So
yes,
thank
it is
you.
full of memories and love,
and those are the best. So thank you again. I do not think I can say it enough to show my appreciation. And apparently Elora thinks that she's weird.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, she's weird.
She kind of looks embarrassed. She's like, yeah, she was a bit concerned, or I don't know how to explain. Her mouth was going a mile a minute today, but she basically came out and said that she had stayed overnight with you and was concerned because she woke up on your lap and you must have pulled her there.
I what?
But yeah, I'm sitting here going, I don't know. She's embarrassed, so I just told her to say, she's like, how do I deal with this? And I told her to tell you thank you for keeping her safe last night, and let it move on. So she's apparently embarrassed.
She's embarrassed because you don't know what happened in Ravnica. She was almost killed.
Okay. Yes. And I'm not
feels safe when someone stays with her, and apparently she got lost. And
yeah, she told me she got lost. At least I think I made that out in the massive amount of chatter that sounded like geese. So
geese now.
It's the only thing that Enka can basically. She's just like, she was speaking so fast that I couldn't understand half of it.
Yes, she's quite eccentric. I think it just makes her feel more safe, and that's fine.
And that's fine. I'm just letting you know that she was concerned today and wasn't sure how to address it with you. So
well,
I'm
that
just giving
seems
you a heads
odd.
up.
It seems very odd. I think of her as a little sister, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If she's scared, of course she can stay with me.
Like I said, I'm just letting you know that she is
Stop, Adam, I hear you laughing.
concerned. Not quite sure what to make of everything.
What are you concerned about?
I'm not concerned. She is.
You're
So-
concerned because she's concerned, and you're worried if I'm concerned. No.
I'm just giving you a heads up, just so you're aware and not get blindsided by her stumbling over her words. Kind of like I am now, because I'm not quite sure what the hell I'm saying. We didn't have this kind of thing where I came from. Everybody minded their own business.
I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe
Okay.
no.
She seems very appreciative. I would say so. Just
Well,
leave
I
it
mean,
at that.
No more than any normal person. I mean, if let's put you in the same situation, I mean, it would be fine, right? No.
Fine for what?
Well, let's say that you slept in my room because you felt safe and you had a traumatic experience. I mean, it would be no big deal, no?
Wouldn't be a big deal. She's kind of like, would I ever get to that kind of situation where I would feel, that's her going through her brain. She's just like, I've never been in a situation where I don't feel safe.
I thought something was off. I wasn't sure, but I knew she was.
I've kind of noticed,
we had,
Oyohusa, that her actions last night in the restaurant.
Yes.
I would like to venture an opinion, but do not hold me to this, please. I think she is smitten with you, as
with me,
as my grandmother would say. Yes, she is smitten with you.
You mean like in a elder brother kind of way?
No. As
no?
in, I think she likes you more than just the platonic way.
I don't know about that. I haven't seen any evidence to say such.
Because you are not seeing it from the outside.
And Oyo's very rational, so he backtracks and he thinks how the evening went. Well, she knocked on my door. She came in. I was meditating.
I'm not talking about.
No. Let me work
afterwards.
this out. I have to work this out. So
she's gonna hear it from Oyohusa's side of him. Right?
She comes in and she asked about tea, and I could tell she wanted to talk. So fine, and she came in and she had tea with me, and I helped her make some tea of her own, and we talked some more, and we had a nice time. And then she's like, "Well, it's getting late," and I said, "Yes, of course, it's getting late. I'll walk you back." And she says, "Oh no. Enka might scold me like a mother, like, why are you been out so late?" and blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, well. And I got the sense that she was just wanted to feel safe. So I said, fine, you can stay here. And,
and about this time, Enka's just kind of like, oh dear.
So no big deal, right? I mean, she got up this morning and she left.
I don't know truly 100% what village or city life was like for you growing up. But where I come from, it is usually the women that pursue the men. And
interesting.
Let's just say that some of the things that she's been doing are very indicative of one that is interested.
Well, I mean, she's acted strange towards Adamant and Galibar too. I mean, I think she's just eccentric, playful, as you say.
She's a drow.
She has not given me any reason to not.
But she,
Oyo
Inka's
says,
just like,
hold on. Oyo says, to be honest, I must confess, she has not given me any reason to look at her as a woman. But as
Wow,
a
she's not
younger
a
daughter,
woman.
I mean, as a younger sister.
and by this time, Inka's just like, oh, honey.
Yeah, right.
Oh, honey. I'm so sorry that this has gone past your head right over at high
Well,
speed.
I'm very observant. Let me tell you, I do this for a business. I know when the woman is coming on to me. Let me tell you. And he starts telling you some of the stories he's been through.
So it's she
me
just
not
there.
observant. Ha! And it's like
no.
Let me tell you, lady, out of character, I have the feet observant. How dare you? You know.
No. Oyohusa has accidentally slept with 2 women, not including Elora.
Enka,
So,
part of my profession, and so he tells he tells you the stories, and he says, well, as you can see, sometimes that's part of my spycraft.
part of your charm.
No, it's part of my spycraft.
I would say it's probably part of your charm. We won't speak of spycraft, but let's just say that
I normally
dear.
wouldn't share this with you. Please understand, this is all in confidence. These
yes,
things that I have told you, yes.
But
That is kind of my role in this party. Is these are the gifts that I'm blessed with, and this is what I do.
At this point in time, she kind of gets right up into your space and looks at you and goes, my dear, for once when we are in a situation where she begins to get close to you and speak to you in a friendly sort of manner, mentally take a step back and watch and listen.
No.
Yes.
I don't believe you because I know body language, and she has not shown any body language to suggest otherwise.
Let me think. She wound up sitting in your lap last night and fell asleep there. Yes,
I think she over-exaggerated or misunderstood. She slept next to me. Whether she woke up and she was laying on my lap, sure, but she got up and she left.
Okay.
She didn't even say anything when she left.
She was getting ready to. She was making noises like she was going to leave.
What?
And remember last night she said she said something about it's getting late, I should go, and you offered to walk her to my place.
No.
However, remember when she backed up and said, but Enka will give me a mother's discussion and scolding?
Of course. I offered to walk her back. And she has been almost killed by assassins. I mean, she will not let me leave it down. What?
Oh, yeah. Shh. She did that. That is a way of a woman hoping that when she says, oh, it's getting late, I should go, they're waiting for a man to say, oh, no, please stay. And when you didn't say, oh, no, please stay, she then made an excuse as a reason to why she really didn't want to leave.
But
you may be a very good spy, but when it comes to the matters of the heart, leave it to the bard.
I think that that's quite the juvenile activity, and I don't believe that. Let's be real, I am a mature man with lots of training and wisdom and experience. I think if she was attracted to me, as you say, I would notice. There would be body language.
Very
there
well.
would be
You
suggestions.
You may live in your little fantasy world, but
What has she done?
of us,
No. He turns the table on you and he questions you. He says, please, name me 2 things she has done to suggest that she was acting as a woman towards me.
She hangs over you constantly.
What? You're not.
Let's
what?
see.
You're not there. You're not there, Adamant. I don't think.
Let's see.
Not
Last
unless-
night, she picked up your glass and drank from it. And a normal person, even friendships, I have never observed a friend picking up someone else's glass and draining it unless it was to simply sample something that they were trying new and had invited them to said drink. And then she begins listing all of the little things that happened at dinner last night, all the things that have happened out on the road where Elora has basically like put herself forward in hopings to get you to see her as something other than a big brother or a little sister. So
I'm the big bro now, bitch.
I would suggest that is all speculative. Number
I
2?
see.
No?
No.
Well, perhaps we are at an impasse, and I simply disagree.
Perhaps.
Maybe we can
But
discuss this
I
at
think
another
at some
time.
point in time, you may want to. I wouldn't ask Adamant. He's a construct. I would ask Galibar what he thinks.
What? You want me to ask Galibar what he thinks?
What he has seen, what he feels he has seen with between you and Elora.
All I can see is you guys like arguing in the hallway, and all these students just passing guys by. Like, what the fuck? They're arguing like a married couple. Enka, I tell you this truly. I do not see her as a woman.
Well,
She has
then,
not given
my
me any
dear-
evidence to suggest otherwise.
My dear, you may want to then make sure she understands that you only see her as a little sister, as a friend, because otherwise, if she continues on and you continue on as this, she's going to be very confused and heartbroken when it finally comes to light and you finally understand what she's been doing. She
Has
has
she
been
told-
trying to attract.
Has she told you
partner.
that she sees me in that light? She has not. No? Then what is the problem? I think that it should run its natural course. Perhaps you're wrong. No?
Bard, wrong about this.
Let's just put it this way. I have been trained in the arts of the heart. And I've also been trained to sit and observe quietly for long periods of time. I have been watching the two of you. And to say the least, that you two act like some of the younger generation from my village where a girl pursues a boy to try to hopefully make him her mate.
Pursue.
And
I don't think
Use the
she's been
bold term.
pursuing me at all. That is quite a strong term. Listen.
then it's a very strong term, but let's say
I think-
subtly leave hints that she's interested in him. Let me say that there have been many times where it pretty much takes a frying pan upside the head for the male to understand that the female is very much interested.
Perhaps you're
partnering with that
overreacting.
individual.
I suggest until she gives me noticeable examples, then I will not concern myself with such thoughts. But
see.
I
would, though,
appreciate.
consider at
I
least trying
appreciate-
to make her understand that she is nothing more to you than a little sister.
I don't think that's a conversation that I even need to have. I think she's.
it is.
I think she's just being Elora. You don't know her like we know her yet. She's quite eccentric. I mean, she lost her brother, and she was already kind of. What's the word?
You could call me eccentric. You could call Adamant eccentric. You could call anybody of us eccentric.
Can't call Adamant eccentric.
I mean, to be fair, Elora is a little bit further on the spectrum of eccentric, no?
Let's just put it this way. I think
She
that
doesn't
it
act
is
normal, is what
something-
I'm saying, Enka. She does not.
None
act
of
normal.
us act normal. Normal would have us being a village person down below that would go about our lives working a boring job every day, bringing home our wages, finding food to feed ourselves and our families, and then rinse and repeat the next day. None of us are normal. So it has been very obvious that none of us are normal. I'm not even from this plane. I am originally a herder, but I was found by a planeswalker who was very interested in my history and my knowledge. And I got to go see things and places and people that I never would have dreamed of.
Well,
But when it boils down to it, I was one of those common people at one point in time. And
I see your point, but
I have also seen and studied the behaviors of men and women, no matter what species, for years. So I still believe that if you wish to avoid breaking her heart, you may want to at least make sure she understands that you see her as nothing more than a little sister.
What do you mean, break her heart? She has not even told you she cares about me. You have said such things. Listen,
She doesn't
I
think
that she thinks that I am just a big brother to her. I think of her as a little sister.
At this
and
point
she feels
in time,
safe, and we have fun.
Inka just walks away, shaking her head and just putting her hands up, like I have said all that I can say.
You have not provided any evidence, he says.
She does not have to say the words, I love you.
She did.
She does not
so
have
much
to
evidence.
say, I love you.
God, you know, Galibar and Adamant are totally going to catch the brunt of Inka's anger towards Ben at this point in time.
So that's the conversation.
That's the conversation. There you go. She walks away just shaking her head going, men.
As the camera pulls away, we see Oyohusa standing there feeling like he has finally convinced Enka that he understands the right of things. We then see from Enka's perspective as she walks away, just her hands sort of on her head going, men. We see Adamant off over here. We see Galibar over there. We see Elora at the tailor's getting the glamour weave applied to the dress. And the camera slowly pulls back, fades out. Our curtain falls on this session. And everybody, I want to say to all of you, anyone who does not have inspiration, you all earned it tonight. Everyone did a fantastic job. Kudos to all of you. Very great character interaction this evening, and you made it a very entertaining session for me. So I appreciate that, and I hope that the folks who were joining us on the stream appreciated it. Yes, we ran a little bit long tonight, and that's okay because there will be dungeons. There will be dungeons tonight. They actually had their game yesterday because of this being Valentine's Day. I think all 4 of them are married, so all 4 of them on that show are married. So they
are on a short leash.
Yeah, they have responsibilities, and a couple of them are newlyweds. So. Yeah,
like I said yesterday, when you've reached 25 years of marriage, after a while, it's like you wake up in the morning going, "Happy Valentine's Day, honey, I love you."
Yeah.
My wife actually asked me for rings this year.
Oh,
I don't
nice.
ask for jewelry.
Well, my daughter found this person on Facebook, and she crafts jewelry out of buck antlers, recycled buck antlers.
Oh, very cool.
And my wife saw that and it's like, oh, I want one.
Very cool.
Dear.
Never asked for jewelry, so it was one of those. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
you know, that's very good. And chat, thank you guys so much for hanging
Thanks,
out with us
guys,
this
for
evening.
hanging out.
This was a lot of this was a good session this evening. Players, I'm gonna double check with you during the week in the Discord. Make sure that we're all on the same page about timing and if there's anything else we need to do. And I'll kind of propose where we'll start next week.
Okay.
And see if everybody is cool with that. I've got some notes made. Gooney, some things you're looking for from the library, and
I'll get those maps done. Get those maps finished for next week. So
okay,
in case you need them.
Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. Does anybody have any between now and next Sunday? Any of you players have anything you want to promote that's coming up on your Twitch or your social media or anything like that between now and then?
Nope, I got nothing.
Well, I know
Okay.
in my actual real life, instead of just getting promoted for my job, my driver's ed just got back to me, so I'm not going to have a free day for 3 weeks.
Everybody get off the road!
Are you going to be able
wow.
to make the sessions? Or
Yes,
Oh, okay.
I've made
Okay.
sure that Sunday's free, but like, I'm not going to have any days off.
Hey,
Like,
at
I'm
least you
gonna
have some
be
stuff to
constantly
do.
doing Something.
Yeah, wonderful. That's great news. Congratulations on the promotion, and good luck with the driver's ed. Chris, that you sound wonderful with that new.
Oh, it's great.
new computer. Yeah,
Out once.
I know.
Yeah.
You must be really happy.
yeah. So that's fantastic. And Ken, glad you could join us from your temporary digs there. Everything going well on your trip so far?
Oh yeah. We only got so far it's only snowed maybe less than 2 inches, I think, down here. But
Okay.
back home it's a mess. So I'm glad I got out of
Yeah,
town. And
yeah,
seen a little
good.
bit of
Back-
family.
Back home is Texas, right?
No, Oklahoma. I'm in Texas
Oh.
right now. So
Did
I
you
went
hear
down
about
to
that
see some
horrible
family.
Crash.
Yeah, yeah, like about 100 car
Yeah.
pile up near Fort
Yeah.
Worth. Yeah, it was pretty gnarly. That's
Watching some of
Tex-
those videos is scary as hell. Anyway,
well, I think there's
Ugh.
gonna be a big lawsuit with the Texas DOT department because they had some things they were doing there that they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I my heart goes out to all the
yeah, I
families.
do too.
Oh
my
yeah,
God.
that's horrible. Meanwhile, on this particular channel, for the viewers, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, we are going to be back with another Monster Monday, and we will be looking into one of the monsters that's coming out of. Oh gosh, it's coming out of the. I think it's another one out of Theros, I believe. Tomorrow night we will be looking into the Ashen Rider and see about that. See about that creature. Then on Thursday we have the Sword Coast Chronicles. Ken will be back for that game. We've got a great group in that game, and they are exploring the wonders of the Duragar city of Gracklestug right now.
That's right.
And then on Saturday night, go ahead, Ken.
I was just gonna say, if you love bards, then you'll love mine. Come check it out.
And on Saturday night, we have another game that Gooney is a part of, and that is a very raucous party that is going through the Lost Mine of Phandelver, but we're playing it with the original D&D rule set. And so they're finding that that game is slightly more deadly than...
Cutthroat. That would be a better word.
Yeah, it's slightly more deadly than...
I'm already on my
edition.
second character.
Yeah, because of the way the rule set works, and the fact that you don't get death saves and 0 means dead in that edition of the game. So yeah, it's we've had several character deaths and some NPC deaths in that game already. And then next Sunday we'll be back for session 86 of the Walker of Waterdeep, and the great thing for you guys is that we will actually be on our what am I trying to say?
I don't know.
Our YouTube backlog will now be current with our weekly sessions.
Yay!
So, between this week and next week, this session will go up on YouTube and be there, and all of the previous sessions are there as archives.
Yay.
And within the next week or two, I'll have the Thursday game and the Saturday game also caught up to current on there as well. So that'll be nice. Then I can do some additional work during the week that's more than just getting the archives caught up. So all right. Well, everybody, take care. We will talk to you next Sunday. Viewers, take care, and good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Good night.